that is played where everybody is on the chair, everybody going to my mind's going blank now. What's happening? What, I can't remember. I'm gonna lose track. My mind's going blank now. What are you talking about? What the hell's going on here? Where the hell are you? My mind's going blank now. I can't remember. I don't know what the hell I was talking about. What am I doing here? My mind's going blank now. Where am I headed? I keep forgetting I'm president. Where am I? No idea. Last night on the television, I was on a telephone rapidly rising with I don't know. COVID has taken more than 100 years. Look, here's lives reflected in the KANHEI. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was inflicted we're going to seize the ill-begotten gains of Putin's kleptocracy. Yeah. NATO's purpose is to defend against aggression. Let me make near and dear to you that you like to be able to. Anyway, my mind's going blank now. What's happening? What, I can't remember. I'm gonna lose track. My mind's going blank now. What are you talking about? What the hell's going on here? Where the hell are you? My mind's going blank now. I can't remember. I don't know what the hell I was talking about. What am I doing here? My mind's going blank now. Where am I headed? I keep forgetting I'm president. Where am I? No idea. I don't think as the idea that the political coverage of them. I want to thank and recognize Dr. John Kingerson. That song. I can't get this to function at all. My mind's going blank now. What's happening? What, I can't remember. I'm gonna lose track. My mind's going blank now. What are you talking about? What the hell's going on here? Where the hell are you? My mind's going blank now. I can't remember. I don't know what the hell I was talking about. What am I doing here? My mind's going blank now. Where am I headed? I keep forgetting I'm president. Where am I? No idea. No idea. No idea. No idea.
All right, everybody, welcome to the show. Hope you're all having a good night. I'm waiting for I'm waiting for Lofti. What am I supposed to say? I put On Time Crow versus Rainbow Lofty. I did not think that he would take that as an invitation to be late, but here we are. Here we are. All right, but in all seriousness, we're going to be talking about a couple things. A movie that we both happen to like, a show that I think we both really don't like, and then, of course, Rings of Power, which we're divided on. But I've listened to him talk about Rings of Power a lot, and I have some things that, I mean, they're very basic, right? Because I think that it's very easy to get tripped up in talking about Tolkien and the books and the lore. I just think as a show, though, it's a bad show. And I think that's pretty provable. That's a fucking terrible opening for a show. I can see, hey, it has potential to improve. Yeah, no shit. When you start at the bottom, there's really only one place you can go. I mean, I actually, they probably can continue to dig a bit further, deeper down. I was just watching Flashcast and thinking, where is Crow? Oh man, dude, he said like if I'm on there with Lofty, that I would that me and Lofty would derail the entire stream, and I'm like, dude, he's probably right. But I thought everybody there brought up some great points, and actually, something Anna said made me realize that there is a way they could have done girl boss warrior bitch Galadriel properly. But they instead decided to take away a core element of her character, which is really, really disappointing. And I think that had they have left that, then you could have justified her being so obsessive. Because I should stop talking about it now, because it goes into my whole complaints with this being a revenge story. God damn it, where is this guy? He's probably setting up his second monitor or his 2 headphones. No, he's getting coffee. Never mind. Oh shit. John, I see you in the chat. I'm gonna send you a link if you want to join in for a sec. There you go, buddy. It's in our group chat on Twitter. Because Marxists hate the nuclear family. Yeah. So it's about her. Okay, so she's supposed to be married with a child right now, and that's been removed from her character. And the thing is, they've leaned in so heavily on her being obsessed with getting revenge for her brother, but like, there's no emotional connection to that brother. I'm sorry, like, if you want to do that, you need to make people feel something for the character that like, because we're supposed to be able to relate. And the thing is, her brother was pretty fucking annoying. The entire intro to the show is really fucked. And my problem is that's how it starts. I mean, like, if you fuck up the opening to your show, I think that's like a really big sin. Like, everything after can be great. And the problem is everything in the show afterwards is not great. Regardless of where you want to like say with visuals and everything. Gosh, I'm going to get accused of tainting the audience. Oh God. Oh fucking God. And then there's a big story that I don't think anyone has talked about, or at least anyone within like the Flashcast side of things, with Deaf Noodles and him assaulting a small YouTuber. And I want to go into more of the story. And Lofti knows who I'm talking about, and I guess Lofti thinks he's a piece of shit too. Ban Lofti? No, that's stupid. Lofty's all right. Like, I can completely understand where he's coming from on certain points, because actually, you know what? Let me show you guys something, and it's this tweet from Elon Musk, and I was like, oh, look, Lofty's fighting with Elon Musk. And it was kind of funny because anybody who tweets about Rings of Power negatively, like, I would see Lofty jump in because I follow him, and like, all the tweets would be all over my timeline. Oh, man. Okay, here we go. All right, so let's see. This is where I think Lofty is correct, though. I think that there are people that are doing this kind of shit, right? And you can see with Elon Musk, there's nothing there's nothing nice about Galadriel's portrayal in the fucking show, right? She is portrayed as being brave. I would say that like the revenge thing makes her stupid, but she's definitely seen as being smarter and stronger and braver than the rest of the elves. Oh God, I need to be careful because I don't want to like go too much into it. You already lost? No, fuck you guys. Like, hands down, the only way. Okay, and I'm joking about this. I'm flat out fucking joking about this. The only way that you can say Galadriel is nice and that Elon Musk actually watched the show and came up with that genuine opinion is that his perspective of women is so tainted by dating Amber Heard that Galadriel not beating the shit out of the male elves when they wanted to leave is somehow her being nice to them. Just tell me, does that make sense to you guys? Because she's a bitch in the show. And my thing is, at the end of the day, her obsession with Sauron will be proven correct. And the other elves, had they been as vigilant as her, maybe not as obsessive, then you would see that. Oh God, like completely lost my train of thought there for a second. But like, if had the other elves like been as vigilant as she was and prepared, then she wouldn't have been as so fucking manic as she was being. And I think at the end of the day, it's going to be a mixed message where her revenge quest is the problem, but her wanting to chase down Sauron was always correct. Yeah, I wouldn't use nice to describe her. Yeah, fuck no. I'm sure Lofty saw that. And he's like, yep. He didn't watch the show. And I was like, yep, 100%. Oh, man. I really don't think he watched the show. And the thing is, I don't blame him for not watching it. Like, it's really bad. Okay. The opening, here's what I mean by it being really bad. I can really imagine that you had a sizable chunk of people just tune off from the show right around the very beginning. Okay. The first 13 minutes, I want to say, is the prologue to the events of the show. I can imagine people just fucking tuning out and saying, fuck it. Because it's bad. So if he watched it and only watched it for those 13 minutes and then wrote this, I still say, like, dude, you can just say you didn't watch the show because shit. I mean, I don't think anyone would really disagree with you other than Lofty. And I will say this, my perspective of the show is not what can they do, what's the potential of the show. It's about what they've actually presented and put forward. And I like almost got no interest in seeing what happens other than to keep ripping on it. Like South Park levels. Why are you ripping on South Park? South Park's on point. South Park is completely on point. Actually, you know what? Here's the thing. South Park perfectly describes the comedy in She-Hulk. I'm not fucking kidding.
Brit. Just do women's comedy stuff, talk about how fat you are and how you want to have sex with guys and then say, my vagina a lot.
I mean, dude, that is the She-Hulk show in a nutshell, okay? Oh my God, let's talk about. Oh, there he is. Thank God, Lofty. Thank God.
Excuse me. Hi.
I'm so glad you're here. We can really get this fight going. It's just a totally heterosexual confrontation over a TV show. Not gay at all.
Going round two.
The only thing I'd like to see from Dontel in round 3 is a higher output, a sense of urgency
What is
for
this?
the finish. It's unique, creative striking. The hip bone.
Nothing like that at all.
Yeah, it's very masculine, I would say.
How you doing tonight?
I'm good. I've just been nonstop running around doing errands.
Oh my God!
I found a baby squirrel.
I saw it, first of all. Like, is that the name?
It was stuck in a car tire, like the tire of a car.
Oh my God!
And it was gonna die, and my dog found it. So we put it out back and overnight kept it in like a thing with a heater underneath. And then it refused to go back into the tree today, so I don't know what to do. It came right back and climbed into my hand after it's on my Twitter. It's actually pretty adorable.
Oh, that's cute.
I don't know what to do. What do you do with a squirrel that is
the
too young?
You can take care of the squirrel if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just have dogs and I can't raise it because if I have it, I could take care of it, but I can't keep it because if it ever gets out of like its cage or whatever I have it in, my dogs would probably kill it.
Yeah, I would imagine that they would.
So, yeah.
Okay.
They're huskies. So I have miniature huskies. They're very, very aggressive towards like other animals.
So the thing is, I have a pit bull, and so he's a rescue too. And when we got him, he was only about a year old, but he was. We didn't really know the extent, but we took him to like one of those people that are like, everybody rips off the dog whisperer and everything. But he was telling us, he goes like, he's killed other dogs before. We're like, oh wow, okay. I'm like, yeah, Jasmine, you wanted to do a rescue. Okay. Well, we got a murder puppy. But nah, honestly, he's a total sweetheart. He's been so much better. But yeah, no, we have to be very careful. We have 2 cats, and our older cat doesn't give a fuck. He's like he's half blind. He goes where the fuck he wants to go. And
Right.
so our dog doesn't like treat him like he's prey. Our other cat sees this big ass fucking dog and she goes running immediately, and so he goes chasing after her. So we have to keep him on leash when he's in the house and they're not like locked up in a room somewhere.
Yeah, I should be able to take care of this thing because I have 26. No, now I only have.
Oh, and your thing is so much easier to deal with. That's all I wanted to get across.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
actually
yeah.
embarrassing what you are saying right now.
That's what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Also, I
don't know if I'm going to be able
reptiles.
to manage this. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
No. That I actually have reptiles, right? So I breed lizards, and I have a bunch. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I sold a bunch too, but I have 6 right now. Yeah, I should be able to take care of it.
I think it'll be fun.
I love reptiles. I want to get a snake. I want to get a tegu.
What is a tegu?
Black and white tegu is like it's a very, very big. It's a dog-sized lizard. But
oh my god,
it's
no,
also
this
not
isn't that big.
No, yeah, it's like 3 feet maybe maximum. But they basically can walk around your house. They're very chill. They're kind of like dogs, actually.
Oh, that's kind of cute.
Black and white tegu.
I see. I'm looking at an image of one right now. Hold on.
They're amazing.
Let me pull it up for everybody.
I mean, you could get
when you said they're the size of a dog. I honestly thought like Komodo dragon size.
No, like a little dog.
Yeah,
if you find like a full grown one
right
next
here.
to a person.
Oh yeah.
So that guy's holding one. That one's probably almost full grown.
Yeah. Okay. So this is like the size of a cat.
Yeah, maybe a little bit smaller than a cat, but they can get big.
Okay.
But I love lizards. But no, the problem is you can't get. I would never recommend an iguana because those are really hard to take care of, and people they kind of fuck up when they take care of them and they kill the iguanas, or they have to abandon them. The tegus are a little bit easier, but it's just not a great idea unless you're like really passionate about it.
Nano Reaper said, "Please don't."
No, I don't have a bearded dragon. I have
so
a
Euromastix.
I have a Euromastix, which is like a bearded dragon, but they're cooler because they're vegetarians. Much easier to feed. I have 4 viper geckos, which are tiny little like Pakistani geckos. I think are from Pakistan. And then I have a gargoyle gecko and I have a scorpion tail gecko. So
see,
and
we are not set up at all to take care of the reptiles. Like I've never had any. I just know that what is it like? You need like a heating lamp or something.
You need depends, but all of them need some sort of heat. But that's the hardest part is like keeping the temperature consistent, and then like a timer.
I'm not even gonna lie. I would never want a snake for no other reason that I would never want to have to feed it mice. I would never have to go pick up mice and feed them to a snake.
Well, they're dead. I mean, you can get dead. You can do dead mice.
Yeah, you know what? That doesn't actually make it any better. I'm just like, yeah, no, here's a dead mouse. Oh god.
I guess I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Wait, let me send you this.
God, what is it?
Let me send you this. This is really cool. Wait, where should I send it?
I just send it on Twitter.
In Twitter.
Yeah.
This is I built this it took me 3 months to build it. It's a reptile enclosure, but it's based on the Monster Hunter World like video game, like one of the levels from the game.
Okay.
And
Oh,
You don't have to watch the
wow.
whole thing, but you can kind of see what I mean. So all of that's all styrofoam. If you go back to the beginning,
enough
it shows
volume.
like the whole thing. So it's all styrofoam, and then it is like cement, and then paint, and then acrylic sealant over top of everything.
Oh, you got the little
And
owl.
yeah, I have the Monster Hunter character. Like there's a couple different ones. There's crystals from the game. This is from the Elder Recess. If anybody's played Monster Hunter, this is like the Elder Recess. That's my guy. He's a little Euromastix. He pokes his head out in like a second or two. And
Let's see.
so the one side is like sand, and the other side is a lava, like fake lava. I painted it, but there he is.
Well, that's cute.
And then he like crawl. You can watch him crawl around. He's really funny. He they're not shy at all. They'll just like walk all over. So that's what I named him your Dodo, because it's from the game Dodo Gama.
Yeah.
And it looks like one.
There he goes.
Yeah, there he goes. Very, very friendly. They just kind of hang out. That's tiny. He's twice as big now. But
Okay.
yeah, this took me a while to make.
Nah,
But it turned out
you know,
really, really cool.
It looks
think.
really, really cool. And the thing is, like, you basically made it so he's a little monster on the hunt.
I know, he's a monster.
Yes.
And if you skip halfway through,
yeah,
I made LED lights. It's really, really cool. I love showing it off. But there you go, right there. So at nighttime, the LED lights come on, and it's like a lava flow, and it just lights up the thing at night. And it's that is just PVC pipe that I painted, and then I stuck lights in the middle of it that I have on a wireless.
Bro, you got like way too much time on your hands.
Dude, it took me so long to make it.
I can only imagine how fucking long this would have taken. Also, lava. I hate to say this is more of a pinkish red. Not to criticize you.
I know it's video quality, but
should have been orange, yellow orangish.
Yeah,
yes. Yeah. Well, you know, I would say it's an 8.5 out of 10.
Woo! Masterpiece. It's a masterpiece.
Masterpiece. Okay. All right. Before we talk about Rings of Power, let's talk. Okay. I have a show that we both don't like, and I have the movie that we both actually like. Where would you like to start?
I don't care. I don't even know what show you're talking about.
She-Hulk.
Why are we talking about She-Hulk?
Well, you know what? I wanted to show that you have like common ground with me on yes.
Okay,
right?
so yeah.
But like okay, because the thing is, I think we should start off positive and then just go into full negativity for the rest of the stream.
I guess I'm gonna be pretty relaxed and chill, but I'll make it fun. I guess we won't argue too much, but
well, I mean, we're not going to
we'll
argue about this one too much because here's the thing. I like Nope. The worst part of the film for me, I don't like the abrupt ending. I don't think the film earned that. Like I've seen abrupt endings in films where I'm like, okay, you gave me everything I fucking wanted. This one I was like, no, go back. You got way too much shit that you need to like tie off.
Hey, do you know there's going to be a sequel?
Yeah,
it's not confirmed, but he did say he wants to explore more characters.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing. You know, yeah, but like, are you gonna end it the same fucking way again, where you don't explain anything? Like, I did not like the movie for that reason, but I thought it was still enjoyable. The sister was just way too fucking hyperactive. Like that was she needed to fucking calm the fuck down.
Yeah, it's almost like Keke Palmer's kind of an acquired taste. I don't love her, but this movie in particular, this is a very like character movie, like sort of like you ever see M. Night Shyamalan's early films, or actually all of his movies, right? He has very quirky, bizarre characters, and I think that's what that Jordan Peele is trying to do. And
but like she does like I'm sorry, like she was a very down note for the fucking movie. I didn't like it. It was, and the thing is, I don't know if it's necessarily the actress herself or if that was just how she was supposed to be acting.
Yeah.
But I think if she just had toned it down a little bit, the film for me would have gone from like, I think what I say, like a 6 or a 7 out of 10. I think it could have been like 8 out of 10, but she just drags the film down.
That's fair. I won't argue with you about that. Although I did like her because I just for other reasons, but yeah, that's
well, you like the Akira scene, and I'm like, yeah, I can appreciate that.
Yeah, I liked all the Akira scenes. Yeah, there's a couple references to Akira, the movie, which is interesting because before he even started working on this, people wanted him to do Akira.
Yeah.
Well,
I think he's actually a fan, right?
Big fan. He's a big Evangelion and Akira fan.
See, like I will say this. I do think that there's this habit when you have certain people getting themselves involved in nerd projects. You gotta like see it, because some of these people are like really big fans of the shit. They just you might just hate their fucking opinion.
Right.
Which is fair because some of them have like really awful and shit opinions, but at the same time, you know, they do actually have certain things that they do like.
Yes.
One of the things I thought was, because I don't think that there's really much more to say about Nope except for I know people really hate the Jordan Peele.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't really care. Like the whole thing where he said, I'm not going to cast white actors. I was like, I think he's going to. And of course he did.
He never said that, by the way.
Yeah, I think it was more like never cast him as the lead in his films.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I get it. But like, dude, who was it? Like Spike Lee? Bro, Spike Lee's films.
Yeah, Spike Lee.
Yeah, he existed before Jordan Peele did. And
he did.
what Jordan Peele's doing is
they're very good
nowhere
friends,
near.
Yeah,
no, absolutely. But what I'm just saying, like what Jordan Peele is doing is nowhere near what fucking Spike Lee has already fucking done. So
yeah, Spike Lee obviously is like the like black I don't want to call them an influencer, but like in Hollywood, like he's like the voice of like the black community, or he has been for a while now. I mean, Jordan Peele, now it's like Jordan Peele. You have what's the other guy? He did Moonlight, which won Best Picture, beat La La Land. Barry something.
I'm terrible with names.
Yeah, and then Steve McQueen, who directed 12 Years a Slave. Like but yeah, Spike Lee was like pioneer. So I get that, but
yeah. But like, and you know, here's the thing. I'm just saying what Jordan Peele said that he is going to do. It's not nearly anywhere close to what fucking Spike Lee has already done. In fact, in Nope, I will say this: there's only one white person who isn't a complete bumbling fucking dumbass, and I really didn't like his character either. And the thing is, he was completely competent with everything he was doing, like a fucking cowboy or something.
Yeah.
But the whole thing where he's just like, some things men aren't meant to have, or whatever the fuck he said. It was really dumb. And he just like gets up and walks away with the film, and I'm like, bitch, sit your ass back down. Like, fuck you. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, okay. You sat through all of this shit, and at the very end, you're just like, it's not our time. Fuck you. It's like, God damn you. That's what I mean about that ending being ass.
There's that guy has very complicated backstory, and like also, I don't know if a lot of people quite understood what he was doing at the end. Did you figure out kind of like what his purpose was? Because
I think he just wanted to see it and capture it on film, because the dude was like all about his art and his craft. But I'm like, okay, but like, here's the thing, dude. you like went out there with all these fucking people. Now you're just like, well, I got my thing. I'm gonna go up on this hill and go die now. I was
No,
like,
it's
fuck you.
there's subtext there too about people who, at the expense of everyone else and even their own lives, will pull a camera out during the most dangerous, life-threatening situations. And it's like a social commentary, right? On and that happens in real life, stuff
I
like
thought
that.
I thought the social
especially,
commentary was the jackass on the motorcycle.
yeah, there's a lot of social commentary, like the TMZ guy on the motorcycle.
Yeah.
The fact that tornado watchers, like all these people go with their cameras and like die and like get swallowed up by a tornado while they're filming, and like
Yeah.
like there's all kinds of stuff like that. Like the Grizzly Man is a great example. I don't know if it was he did a chimpanzee in this movie, but if you ever watch a documentary called The Grizzly Man, which is a Werner Herzog film,
No, I've never seen it.
It's about a guy who lives with grizzly bears.
Wait, is this the guy who got himself killed and eaten by a grizzly?
Yep, it's on
my
camera
fucking
too.
God. Yeah, no, I've heard about this story. I've never seen it. I'm not interested.
It's a phenomenal documentary. It's an amazing documentary. It's this crazy guy who just records himself like going up to grizzly bears in the wild. And I just highly recommend it. But Peele was like kind of pulling in. So he's using like real life, but he's also setting like his movies are all very like Shyamalan, very Twilight Zone. Like they're kind of not of this world, which I like, and that he's tethering it to our experiences in reality. But yeah, what's that? Hello. Did I lose Crow?
No. Sorry about that.
Oh, no, that's okay. Yeah, I just if anyone like is confused or like, oh, why was this scene in the movie? Like, why was that scene in the movie? Like, there's probably a reason why. Especially with us, a lot of people were like, what the hell was that movie even about? And if you watch it, like again, if you didn't like it, then that's fine. Don't watch it again. But if you do watch it again, there's a lot to pick up on. There's a lot of subtext. There's a lot of foreshadowing. There's oh my god, there's so much foreshadowing. There's VHS tapes on the wall in the living room, like in the first or second scene of the movie that like foreshadow the ending. There's a spider crawling underneath the coffee table, and she's just like looking at it, and she's looking at it, and it looks like it's above the coffee table, but it's actually underneath because of the glass. And it's totally foreshadowing the evil doppelgangers under the ground. Like there's so much happening in that movie that you just don't pick up on unless you watch it multiple times. Like, but that's why I love Jordan Peele. I think Shyamalan does the same thing. Alfred Hitchcock did a lot of that as well, by the way. He's a big influence on Jordan Peele. And The Twilight Zone obviously is a big influence.
No, I think he makes really good films. And what is it? Get Out. I think that was the first one everyone like really latched onto. My wife likes Us. I wasn't as big of a fan of Us, but when we went to go see it in theaters, and I was sick at the time, and I don't know what it was, but I just remember like I felt physically sick. Yeah. And there was this scene that I can't remember what it was, but it was with the underground basement people, and they're just like moving around all creepy like and shit. And I just remember like fucking puking. It was awful. Yeah. And then went to go see the film again later. I was like, nothing was wrong with me. But it wasn't good. I just every single time I see that fucking film now, I just feel like nauseous. But
why can't I type in the chat?
I don't know. Why can't you?
Hold on a sec. It's not letting me tag anybody. That's weird. Anyway, you know how it lets you tag people with an @ symbol? It's just not letting me. Anyway.
Well, honestly, fine. This is only the second stream we're doing on this channel, and actually,
no, it's just YouTube being dumb.
Yeah, I'm gonna make Yellow Spider Guy a mod here as well as 224 Vic just in case, because I always forget to do that for people. Okay, so. Yeah, no, I think he's not really hit his full potential, and I think I think
Yeah,
a
you're
lot
right.
of criticism that gets thrown in his face. I don't really care. The thing is, if he's going, because like with Get Out, the perspective for that movie, or the reason why he told that film, that comes from his perspective being a black man,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So if he says like the main character of that film needs to be black, well, yeah, no shit.
Yeah,
Like,
definitely.
yeah. And I think that that's probably going to be how he feels about a lot of his films.
Yeah.
So for his actual art, it's going to be that way. But see, here's the thing. If that was a white dude doing the same thing, I wouldn't fucking care. Like I just wouldn't
nobody
fucking
cares. No, nobody actually does care because Paul Thomas Anderson has been doing it for like 30 years, right?
Yeah.
But Paul Thomas Anderson, but people, Robert Eggers, like these people who like Robert Eggers did 3 movies in a row with an all white cast. They're not going to go out of their way and say, I'm only going to cast white actors in my films, because if they did say that, they would
Yeah, right.
So
well, see, here's the thing.
yeah.
Hollywood, to
Yeah.
my understanding, they're allowed to discriminate based on race and gender and
Yeah.
everything because it's acting. They need to get the right person to fit the role. But actually, because when we talk about Rings of Power and the diversity and shit, Hollywood's the one that set that shit up in the first place, right? They're the ones that wanted the exemptions. They're the ones who wanted to be able to discriminate because, they rightfully said, hey, this story, we need this type of person for the fucking role. But we'll get into that because there's one show that we have to rip on first. And God damn it, dude, like this entire thing.
Wait, can I just like quickly wrap up Nope quick? I encourage, just like whoever's watching, I encourage you to watch it. If you thought it was like going to be like cringe or woke or whatever, it's not woke. It's actually really cool. It's based on the first black, the family, the ancestors of the first black actor in Hollywood.
And the sister's a polyamorous lesbian.
That doesn't really come into play.
Sorry, I had to throw it in.
If you like horror, if you like sci-fi, this is not horror or sci-fi. It's actually kind of a blend. But
this is more suspenseful. I think
it's a suspense, and there's a lot of if you hate movies, which I do usually. It depends on how it's done, but I hate when movies don't show you the creature. Because it's a lack of creativity. This 100%. Movie does the exact opposite of that. Like literally 45 minutes of the movie are like it's a total like epic battle between like these everything. I don't want to give too much away, but there's Evangelion references at the end, like just giant creatures. Like I don't want to spoil too much, but
I think people should watch it because like if you want like a decent like suspenseful, big monster kind of fucking film, this is really well done.
It is.
I will say this though, again, I think that another like 5 years, Jordan Peele is going to put out a film and it will be a masterpiece. Because I don't think Get Out is the greatest horror film that's ever been made, right? Like
no, it's not in my top 10.
It was really good. It was really good, especially for when it came out. It's very unique. But I definitely think that he's gotten better. Between Get Out and this film.
Dude, he came from fucking Comedy Central.
Yeah, right.
Which is crazy, right?
The
like
fucking Key and Peele shit. Yeah.
You wouldn't now if you actually paid attention to his Key and Peele's his history there. Yeah. You could tell that he has a vision, and like comedians in particular, a lot of comedians are very artistically inclined. I mean, Ben Stiller, whether you like his films or not, like has a pretty interesting style.
Ben Stiller?
Yeah, he's directed a couple films.
Tropic Thunder.
Well, but he also directed
that's just Walter my favorite film.
But there's a lot of comedians that kind of have this they're in touch with like the dark side of humanity. And it's very Jim Carrey is a good example, and Adam Sandler. Like it's very easy for them to turn off the comedy and turn on a powerful like dramatic performance. And
that's true.
Yeah, so like I think comedians are like just in touch with that kind of
well, I mean,
dark side of
Robin Williams, fucking Good Will Hunting. You know?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. And then Flubber. Then fucking Flubber. You remember that shit?
Yeah.
God damn. That, actually, man, that one when he passed away, that was
hard.
Hurt. Yeah, that hard. Sucked.
Yeah, that one and Philip Seymour Hoffman were hard for me.
Yeah, fuck.
But no, the cinematographer for Nope, by the way, is the same guy who did Interstellar, Spectre, which actually has really that James Bond movie. It's a good like photography, not a great movie. He did Dunkirk, Tenet, and then he's doing Christopher Nolan's next film, Oppenheimer. So the photography in this movie is really good. Like I think you would agree, probably. But,
yeah, no. Yeah. I do agree. You're talking about Nope, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so actually, did you like Dunkirk?
I like Dunkirk. Yeah.
I
didn't
really
love it,
Dunkirk.
but I really like it. Yeah.
It was. I want to say, because I don't want to do like, I would say that's like 8 out of 10 for me.
That's fine. That's a fair review. I would probably give it an 8 or 8.5, maybe.
Yeah, I really like Dunkirk. But I tend to like films set around that time period. Yeah. Most of the time they're really, really well done. But there's a lot there that you can work off of. Okay, we got to stop talking about fun stuff. We got to start talking about ass stuff.
Okay. Hey, do you mind if I take like 2 minutes to go get a drink?
Yes, I absolutely.
I finished my coffee.
Fortunately, I have a guest here in the meantime, so go.
Oh, good. I'm gonna get it.
Leave. What's up, John?
Sorry, what's going on, man? I probably won't be on with you guys too long because I know you guys have a debate to get to, so I don't want to.
We're gonna rip on She-Hulk for a little bit.
Oh, okay, that should be fun because I've seen the first, I think, 2 episodes of it.
Dude, so, I'm telling you this. Everything about She-Hulk is.
It's terrible. It's an awful show. It's a terrible show.
Okay, like honestly, I just don't get why women are like just kind of always like this.
I think it means a bunch of old school magia thugs feel threatened by a confident, powerful woman.
Right.
I just don't get why they're always like that, right? It's like, dude,
that's the thing.
It takes all the fun out of everything.
Well, it's the same problem that has been rampant with a lot of these newer shows and stuff. These shows, they're not interested in telling a good story or just showing why a character is great with a good story. It's about preaching to the audience, lecturing the audience. If you think this way or this, that, or the other. And truth be told, look, most people, normal people, right, don't really, there's exceptions to the rules, of course. But most people, they don't think that. They don't wake up and think about how they could be sexist today. You know what I mean? Or how they could be a dick to women, unless they're already an absolute asshole, right? You know what I mean?
This show is just ridiculously fucking stupid. But like, my thing is, I don't want to go back and reference the comics every single time or reference the original source material every single time that I'm talking about an adaptation, because at the end of the day, yes, I can understand when you adapt something, you're going to make changes. It's just knowing what's in the original and knowing how much better that is. It becomes very difficult for me to like look at what they do in this show. When she becomes She-Hulk, it's not because, Bruce Banner for some fucking reason heals better as a human than as a fucking Hulk, which makes literally no fucking sense whatsoever. Not even within the own, bro. In their own universe, right? Not referencing the comics in any way. Bruce Banner as a human puts a bullet in his head and fucking Hulk spits it out. Meaning it went through his fucking brain. God damn, dude. Like,
well, it's ridiculous, right? Even from the beginning, right? That you saw how she got her blood in the comics. We all know how it happened: blood transfusion to save her life. And it's just like but it's just like they obviously they could probably argue, oh, it's just a safe time. We just want to, yeah, but there's still ways you could have done that. You know what I mean? And still make it like the comic. The thing is, it's this whole thing of like, oh, we can't make her look weak at all. And it's just like,
her
that's not
was also changed. It wasn't just that she was weak. She was shot because the mob puts a hit out on her because she's threatening to the mob. Now, Disney, I mean, I can actually understand Disney stepping in and saying you can't reference the fucking mafia because they're weirdly puritanical in certain areas still. But at the same time, you know, the reason why she was shot by the fucking mafia is because when her cousin showed up and said, hey, you're dealing with the mob, they want to kill you. She said, I can't go living my life. I'm shot and dead now. Like, yeah, she was being a fucking idiot. Like, I mean, that's the thing. In the comics, she gets fired from her job because she's drinking on the fucking job. She's like partying too hard and shit. In the show, she gets fired because she saved the jury, which prejudiced the jury and caused a mistrial. And I was like sitting there going, that's a funny excuse because had she let the fucking thing smash through the jury, they'd be dead and you'd have a fucking mistrial.
Yeah.
Like,
it still would have resulted the same way. Yeah. It's dumb. I mean, it's just like, it's bad writing. Well, remember, they had no foresight.
Beyond that. Hold on. Beyond that.
What?
Supposedly in the show, right? They have the very first time ever a law firm specifically for superhero related cases. And I'm like, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? You've had the Hulk rampaging around. I'm sure somebody had a lawsuit over the giant green guy who literally destroyed Harlem in the fucking MCU. Tony Stark just existing as a billionaire with a power suit must have had like a gajillion lawsuits against him, right? Yeah. You had the destruction of New York by aliens. You had the destruction of a country by a fucking robot created by the superheroes. And then you had 5 years where everybody was just gone bye-byesies because of an evil space alien. You're telling me 5 years after all of that, that's when they decided, hey, you know what would be a lucrative business idea? Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, look, I get the show's a comedy, but the thing is, it exists within the MCU, right? And the shit that's in that show really makes that entire universe fucking nonsense.
Well, look, it's a comedy. It's a comedy that isn't funny and that is also very boring.
Well, the problem is
it's a really boring show.
They're using the fact that it's labeled as a comedy to justify not knowing how to write anything and literally breaking apart their own preset fucking canon. Like Wong, right? Wong is the librarian of the fucking wizarding school of Doctor Strange.
Well, no. Remember, he becomes the new Sorcerer Supreme after.
Before that. I'm just saying he has an established history of being like a very, very stern wizard who watches fucking mystical books and shit, right?
Yeah.
As of right now, he's the Sorcerer Supreme in the entire MCU, and they have him in She-Hulk, and they're just like whipping on him, and it's like, dude, this is really fucking pathetic at this point.
Well, I mean, it's bad writing, bro. I mean, that's all it really boils down to. It's terrible writing.
Well, I mean,
the only thing that it tries,
it's the writers basically self-inserting themselves into the fucking story, and you're getting what they think is funny, and the problem is
Well, yeah,
they're,
I mean,
they're
of course.
unfunny, miserable people.
Well, we've talked about this before. I mean, this is what happens when you go to Tumblr and hire people to write shows. You know, people that fucking spend all their days on Tumblr writing fucking fan fictions and shit, and you hire them to write these shows that they're not qualified to really write for. You know what I mean? Because they don't read the comics, or they just take a cursory glance at the comics and think, oh, okay, I know what this is about. And that's, you know, they take a very surface level look at the comics and it's like, oh, I think I get it. And then they go and they try to write this shit. And it's just like, no, you're not capturing what the essence of this character is. I mean, look, She-Hulk was before Deadpool, you know, She-Hulk was the one that would break the fourth wall. You know what I mean? In the comic books.
Hey.
So it was kind of a comical, you know, she was kind of a comical hero in that sense. She was her book, but there was situations where she, you know, they were serious too when she didn't do that. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, look, the problem is that there's no comedy in the fucking comedy show. Apparently,
oh no, it's terrible. It's boring. It's boring. It is a boring ass show. I saw the first episode. It is fucking boring.
Well, it's really fucked up because apparently this show is being budgeted so fucking heavily that they went through and cut out a bunch of scenes that involve She-Hulk. Right? They went ahead and just said, nope, just have regular old Jennifer Walters. And I'm like, well, first off, that kind of sucks that you got to do that. But then you see the actual CGI that they've like finalized the episodes with, and it's fucking awful. And then you have them wasting the She-Hulk scenes on mid-credit garbage, right? Yeah. The fucking twerking scene is a mid-credit scene. It has nothing to do with the episode at all. And I'm like, if you don't have budget to use the fucking character, why are you wasting that budget on the very, very end mid-credit scene?
It's kind of this, again, another disservice to the character, because in the comic books, she mostly spends her time as She-Hulk. It's very rare that she ever reverts back to her human form.
Well, no. Here's the reason why this show is just fucked on every single level. They should not have cast Tatiana Maslany, or where the fuck her name is. Like, they should have just...
persons whose name I don't care about or will remember.
It's kind of on the screen there, but it's very small and tiny. So I'm thinking that I'm saying that right. Listen, like I get very fucking pissed when they come out and they say that, you know, body positivity, or, you know, don't obsess over the women's bodies, or whatever, like whatever that bitch said. When you have like Paul Rudd with a fucking six-pack, it's fucking Paul Rudd. Like, why? I mean, Chris Hemsworth was taking off more and more clothing to the point in his most recent movie, the dude is butt-ass naked and is shown butt-ass naked, right? You know, the thing is, I don't want fat Thor. I don't want Chubba Wubba Thor. I want my Thor to like, we have an additional Lofty pixels here.
Dude, what's happening?
I don't know. I gotta take one of you out here. Okay.
Two of me. Tell me where he is. I'm gonna go make out with him.
Oh my god. Why?
Two. The only thing I'd like to see from Dontel in round 3 is a higher output, a sense of urgency for the finish. It's unique, creative striking. The hit bone.
It's unique, creative striking.
That's technically an illegal move, because that's hitting the head of a downed opponent.
That's why.
Yeah,
that's why it's an illegal move. Okay, all right.
Yep.
Okay.
See, no, if the guy were sitting up, if the guy were kind of slightly sitting up with hands off the mat,
John,
you know, actually,
John,
if he was in a 3-point stance, then yeah, it wouldn't be.
No, we don't.
It wouldn't be illegal.
Oh god.
And listen, man, I'm an MMA fan, bro. I've watched this shit for years. Bro.
Okay, all right.
I know the rules.
This is why the reason why this show sucks is they should have just gotten a woman who is the physical build of She-Hulk, and that's it. That's what they should have done. They could have spent the CGI the way they did fucking Skinny Steve in the fucking Captain America movie in episode fucking 1, and just done She-Hulk, because all you had to do was get an athletic female who's more than 6 foot fucking tall.
And
Like
they do
that was
exist,
it.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
some
they do
fucking
exist.
body paint, and you would have been done.
Yeah.
And instead, they went the route of being fucking moronic and getting this bitch who is just annoying as all hell. Because on top of everything else, whenever this woman opens her mouth to do an interview or to talk about any type of fucking issue, you just want to pull your hair out of your fucking skull and go, shut up, you're a terrible fucking actress. That's how I feel. That's just how I feel. And I can't even blame the actress, really, because at the end of the day, everything that comes out of her fucking mouth is a decision from the writer's room.
Yeah.
It amazes me that they do an episode talking about fucking.
I can blame her.
Well,
because
I will.
She's really not good.
I was going to turn around and like throw it in her face at the very end.
Okay,
I'm building it up.
But like when you go into the writer's room, these motherfuckers give an episode where She-Hulk talks about, I'm only being hired because I'm She-Hulk. That's wrong. And then I'm like, well, yes. Just like the fucking writer's room was only hired because they were women. They wanted to tell from female perspective, so they hired underqualified women to jump on fucking board. And this is the shit that you got. Right? And you know what's really fucking funny? When who was the guy? Joss Whedon would do the Scarlet Witch fucking shots in the Avengers movies, and that would piss all the fucking feminists off now, not back then, but now, right? And you're like, yeah, but then you have that entire scene in Avengers 2 where she talks to Hulk about like essentially being mutilated, right? And then you have when women write the female characters, you get bitch face Brie Larson and fucking the twerking scene in She-Hulk, and it's like, God damn it, you want me to take these characters seriously? I'm supposed to like treat them as seriously as I'm.
Guess who writes women
Tony
better?
Stark?
Guess who writes women better than women? Men.
Men.
I'm sorry. I've always thought that. Like,
No,
this goes back to Quentin Tarantino writes women better than women. A lot of, I would say, I don't want to get into any controversy, but I think Woody Allen writes women better than women. If you go back and watch any of his 80s like dramedies, so his women, if you watch Annie Hall, oh my God, I've met literal Annie Halls in my life. Like, he writes women so well. And like, whenever I see a woman helm, like not every time, but the majority of the time in Hollywood, it's always like exaggerated feminist kind of lingo. And like, it's terrible, man. It's embarrassing.
Look, here's my issue with Tatiana Maslany, right? You have to be the most brain dead bimbo bitch to go out there and actually say there's a weird obsession with female heroes' bodies. And then in the show, there's an episode where your character is literally ogling Captain America's ass after talking about his status as a virgin. Like,
yep.
You can't fucking engage in that behavior. You know what it is, right? They're fucking little piggies rolling around in mud, and then they want me to fucking care when they get dirt on them. I don't. I literally don't fucking care. Like, I don't give a shit that they cream their fucking pants to fucking Chris Hemsworth. Go for it. In Ghostbusters, they literally had him as the brain-dead fucking asshole muscle man who just stands around looking pretty for them. I don't fucking care that they want to do that. I just care that they turn around and look down their noses at people who sit there and say, hey, you look ugly, frumpy, and you have the body build of a bloated balloon. Maybe you shouldn't be a superhero. God damn. Like, is that so hard? Is that so difficult? Like, I'm not sitting there saying, hey, and also I want to see Tony Stark just pounding beers all the time with a fucking pot belly. Like, no. I want them all to look physically fit because they're all doing physical labor like 24/7. Literally, the only one you could justify being an out-of-shape pig would be Tony Stark. And he wasn't, and he's dead now anyways. So I guess if you want like a fat, bloated, frumpy ass character who doesn't work out at all and is a woman, ruin Ironheart. Like seriously, make her disabled because of her type 11 diabetes, and she has to wear the fucking Ironheart suit because of her severe heart damage from her diabetes, but also body positivity, so nobody can say, hey, maybe you should stop shoving Twinkies in your face all the time. I am so determined to get them to ruin that character.
You know, I'm pretty sure we're gonna see an episode where She-Hulk fights somebody, and
we
she's gonna say something witty. She's gonna say like some kind of witty quip insulting somebody's appearance. That person's gonna shame her for body shaming her.
Well, they did. Okay, so they had the Wrecking Crew, and I was like, look, if here's a perfect time to make She-Hulk her own character. Right? Show that when 4 muscle-bound jackasses show up, that she can just outsmart them. Like, she doesn't have to physically beat them up. Or she can, but like the Wrecking Crew are not intelligent, right? They're not fucking sitting and plotting out the best coordinated attack possible. It's literally 4 dudes jacked to fucking shit showing up and ganging up and beating the crap out of you with weapons. That's why they're a threat. But then, because She-Hulk
weapons
on top of the fact that She-Hulk can't do like a legal procedural drama and they can't do a comedy, they also can't do a fight scene. So they had to have the Wrecking Crew be 4 skinny dudes with stolen Asgardian weapons that don't do any damage to She-Hulk whatsoever. Yeah. So they're like just bopping off of her like what would you say? Like rubber? Yeah, no, like literal fucking rubber. Like the one dude gets like a very sharp like titanium needle and it just bends on her skin. Wow. So on top of the fact that they're fucking stupid, they also aren't even a physical threat. What was the point of even having them show up? It wasn't funny. It wasn't funny.
Yeah.
Oh God, that's the problem. Everything they show, there's nothing funny about it.
I can't really say much because I only watched the first episode. That's why I'm kind of being silent.
It's boring. No, you're not missing anything. I watched the first 2. It's just like
I'm sorry. I'm gonna grab something to drink because I'm getting like cotton mouth here.
So
when I come back, we'll start with Rings of Power, though.
Yeah, I'll talk about Marvel for a second.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think it's interesting, right? She-Hulk is probably the worst received Marvel show, I would say. It's hard to say because everyone gets badly received. I don't want to be that guy who's like, like it's the newest thing, so it's like automatically the worst. But I think it might be. I don't know. I only watched 1 episode, but I think it might be like the worst received Marvel show. And it's bad because they should be going in the opposite direction. This is like they're entering phase 5, right? Well, first of all, wait. I don't know. Do I know you, Jonamus Prime?
I don't think so.
Anyway, I'm just like rambling, but it's good to meet you.
Good.
It's good to be on the
stream.
Good
to meet
you. But yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts on Disney Plus Marvel? Because I'll just say this quick. I get a lot of shit for my opinions on Twitter. I'm like kind of notorious for that. But to be fair to myself, the only thing I've ever praised from Disney Plus was Moon Knight. I annihilated Obi-Wan. I went hard on Boba Fett. I went hard on Mandalorian. I went hard on Loki, Winter Soldier. But you know what? People have a short-term memory loss and they kind of forget all that stuff. So because I like Moon Knight and it's like, oh my God, this guy liked Moon Knight. But anyway, I'm defending myself and it's not necessary, but I just wanted to point that out because I think people forget. But like, what are your thoughts on did you like any of them? Like, do you like none of them? Yeah.
I saw WandaVision and I thought it was okay. when that first came out. That's the only Marvel Plus, or I'm sorry, yeah, the only Disney Plus Marvel series that I've seen beginning to end was WandaVision. I thought it was okay. The end was kind of like, okay, so you're just gonna leave, okay? It's just like you just kind of ruin these people's lives for like months.
Yeah, I'm with you. The first half of WandaVision was really good.
Yeah, I thought it was really good. I was really engaged in it, and then it towards the end it kind of petered out a bit, but it wasn't it wasn't totally awful. I was just kind of like, you know what I mean? It was just kind of, it was lackluster the way it ended.
Yes.
So I thought it was okay. And I was just kind of like, wow, you're just going to up and leave. I mean, some of these people probably are going to need therapy for the rest of their lives because of what you did.
Who's going to need therapy?
The people that fucking Wanda enslaved for like months.
Oh my God, yes. Why did they fucking just let that shit go? Okay. Yeah. Lofty. This is the other thing that I completely disagree with you on was fucking Multiverse of Madness and fucking Wanda. Like,
dude, I don't even think we disagree. I think you're just confused as to what my opinion is about.
Well, I think that, like, for me, the reason why I really dislike that movie is because Doctor Strange is like completely dumbed down to this absurd fucking level, right? And the reason why they had to do it is because they made a bunch of dumb calls with WandaVision where he was supposed to show up. It was all set up for him to show up, and he was supposed to try to help with that situation, which would have led into her being a part of his film. Because they cut that out, he basically has to say, yeah, I knew everything that was happening, but it was all just going to work itself out. No, it fucking didn't. She went fucking crazy.
I understand what you're saying, and I kind of agree. I kind of agree with you, actually.
Oh God, yeah.
But you know what they did?
That drove me insane. I was like, dude, come on! Like, this is the thing that just, goddamn, he is supposed. Here, hold on, let me fix this. I have to like go into my computer and adjust my mic volume directly.
To finish answering what Lofty had asked me before, I watched the first two episodes of Loki, and I checked out of that real quick. Didn't watch the rest of the shit though. That's come out on there because I just was like, this Disney Plus stuff I don't think is, just not interested. Just not interested in a lot of the stuff they're doing. I watched the first couple episodes of Mandalorian. I thought it was okay. I think I would say that it's
the best
people
Disney
hyped
Plus
it
show
up
by far.
Yeah, it is. I would say, but I would say people hyped it up a lot more than what I expected. But that's by no means me saying that it's a bad show. I liked it. I liked what I watched. I haven't finished watching the first season yet. I got halfway through it, but I thought it was good. It was good for what it was. I'm like, okay, I can, it's definitely better than the newer Star Wars movies. So I liked it. You know what I mean? But I definitely think people hyped it up to be like, oh, it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. It's like, it's good. It's good. I mean, but but I won't say that it's like, oh, it's the best shit ever. But it's good.
It was the nicest thing since they finished off Clone Wars. Like,
I never saw the. You talk about the Clone Wars series?
Yes. Don't say that
never got a chance. I never got a chance, man. I never got a chance to see it.
How do you mean you never got a chance? It's been out forever. It's been out for literally ever. What do you mean?
I've never seen it either.
Oh God, you both suck. It's been out for fucking ever.
I've heard it's good.
I know, dude.
I'll get around to it. It's on Disney Plus, right? It's on Disney Plus, right?
But no. Wait, I'm sorry. When did that come out? Like, when did season 1 of fucking Clone Wars come out?
Listen.
2008.
Some people. I don't know. Some people are not like. Did you read the expanded universe?
Yes.
Okay. Some people like don't give a fuck about any of that stuff. You do know that, right?
You know what? This is all I have to say to those.
Bro, listen.
As stupid as that. Come on. Stupid as fucking that.
Bro, I know that Clone Wars is. I probably would like Clone Wars. I'm not saying. There's a lot to watch, but. I'm saying,
and you chose Doctor Strange, and you chose Rings of Power. You two could both be watching fucking Clone Wars instead.
Yeah, but here's the problem.
Watching Kamen Rider.
We have to watch what's current because
if you
don't watch, dude. If
No,
I
you
don't
have to watch what's decent that you haven't seen.
No, I do.
before.
I do all the time. Outside of like, I don't have. You don't understand how many. Dude, yesterday I watched Adelheid, which is nobody knows what this is. It's a Czechoslovakian film from the 70s. But like, there's too many things to watch on my. It's called Adelheid. It's about. It's a Czech film. That's a.
It was 2008. I got it right. There you go. You guys
No,
have
it's
had
like
since
1974.
No, Clone Wars. You've had since 2008 to watch it.
No, the point I was trying to make.
Okay, listen.
Let him finish his point, Crow.
The point I was trying to make is, the part of me I tried to read some of the extended universe, like the Star Wars stuff, and it was bad writing. Like I literally picked up a book and started reading it, and I just didn't like the writing. I thought it was like really amateur.
There is an awful book, and I'm blanking on the name, but it's like a book about like a black hole or something, and it's really fucking terrible.
Well, I don't know. What I read was Ben Solo and can't remember what else it was. Hold on, my mom's calling me for. I'll be right back.
Okay, well, since Lofty ran away, I will correct the record.
I'm kind of on that same boat where I don't really get into extended universe stuff too much. I mean, I'll watch it if I have the time or if it's on my mind, but I'm not like I've read some Star Wars books, right? I think I read a little bit of. I never finished it, but I read Shadows of the Empire back in the day and stuff like that. But
in the extended universe is great, I admit.
No, of course, yeah. It's up and down. It's up and down. Some are good, some are bad.
Yeah, the thing is, though, there was a lot in the extended universe that Star Wars had the ability to run with. I mean, first off, you had what George Lucas left them. And that they decided to just say, fuck you and do their own thing. You also had the canonical expanded universe storylines to continue on from. And they kind of did that with Kylo Ren and Ben Solo or whatever the fuck. Like they kind of did that. Although the character is still pretty different and the origins for him are really fucked. But look, the reason why the Disney Star Wars trilogy sucks. I mean, yeah, we can blame Rian Johnson. We can blame Kathleen Kennedy. We can be Doomcock and come up with whatever conspiracy theory we fucking want to shove up our ass. Look, at the end of the day, though, Disney said we spent all this money to purchase this brand, and the brand itself will sell the movie. We're just going to hire some dude to write the first one, and we'll hire some other dude to write the second one, and we'll just finish it up with the third one. It's Star Wars. It can't possibly fucking fail. And then it did. Like, this is...
We paid all this money to kill it.
Basically. Yeah. I mean, but here's the thing. You could have done the Yu Zhang right? You could have done the Yu Zhang because they come from outside the galaxy and they force the Jedi and the Sith to work together. Oh, but the Sith are all dead. Okay, then you could have done the return of the old Sith, right? You could have done any of the canonical Sith lords who are not confirmed to be dead. Right.
Well, Darth Maul, didn't he appear in Clone Wars? Right.
Well, Darth Maul was confirmed dead in Star Wars Rebels, unfortunately, which Disney also did. Disney could have just left Darth Maul alive. They chose to kill him. I don't know why, but he's gone now. You can't use him. They're probably going to use him for the Ahsoka series or the Star anything that takes place before Obi-Wan kills him on fucking the sand fucking planet or whatever. Why am I blanking? Yeah, I'm blanking on all the names. But anyways, you could use any of the Sith Lords who exist within that Star Wars universe who are not confirmed to be dead, who are fucking literally immortal, and just have them come back. You didn't need to do, but you didn't need to do the fucking Empire Returns, but it's not legit the Empire, and somehow they lost the fucking Republic again. Like how? I never understood how that fucking happened, princess. Like, didn't you all save the day? Didn't you restart? Like, but apparently no. Apparently fucking no. They're just like the downtrodden.
Well,
again.
there's a good explanation, Crow, and it's they're fucking idiots. That's it.
Yeah, I'm just like, I think that if Disney had any common sense, what they would have done is say, hey, let's bring the Sith back. Okay, let's bring the old Sith back. That way you have like the fucking Luke Skywalker Jedi school, and you're gonna have a whole new fucking range of Jedis for fucking merchandise opportunities, and a whole new range of Sith for fucking merchandise opportunities.
Wait, what happened? What happened to the guy?
Oh, he buzzes out every now and again. Bad connection.
Oh,
yeah.
Can we move on?
Yes.
Because I don't care about Star Wars extended unit. I like the original trilogy, and I like some of the games, but like, I don't know. I kind of, it's sad that Star Wars is kind of dead, but it kind of is.
Yeah. Well, actually, what is it? The Fallen Order game.
Yeah. So no. But I watched my brother play some of it. It looked cool.
The sequel, the game itself is amazing. The sequel to that game is coming out pretty soon, and I think Darth Maul is going to be the main bad guy.
Based. I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it.
There's still some things.
Fallen Order.
It's the Fallen Order sequel. It's called something else. Jedi Survivor, I think. Dude,
something about Cal Kestis like bothers me. He looks like Rick Astley.
Yeah, he does.
Like I don't like I'm not one of those people who are like, oh, it's another racist, like a white guy lead. But it kind of is like a generic white guy character. You know what I mean? Like,
okay, Lofty, like, let me just like shut down your entire narrative right now. He is the only fucking male ginger that I can fucking think of.
He looks like my
I'm sorry. Like, no, there are. Okay, look. There has been.
I don't know.
Cal Kestis not only survived.
He's not iconic looking. I'm sorry.
Cal Kestis not only survived Order 66. He's also one of the only survivors of the ongoing Ginger side. There you go.
I know.
There you go.
But dude, he's just not an iconic character. I don't know.
I actually know he is to me. When I see him, I'm like, bro, that's fucking Rick Astley as a Jedi. That's iconic. What the fuck are you talking about?
I guess. I don't know. You know what? You know who I thought was
Vader's
iconic?
Gonna like fucking go trap him on a ship, open the door.
The best part,
Cal Kestis rickrolling him.
Dude, the best part, and I'm being dead serious. The best part of the new sequel trilogy is by far Kylo Ren. I think he is an iconic character, and I think they fucked his character really badly. Like, do you agree? Like, I think Adam Driver did a phenomenal job with that character.
Oh, yeah, look, I think the material he was given to work with is the reason why that character is such a fucking meme. But look, I will say this. The fucking episode, what was it? Episode 7, right? That Force Awakens or whatever.
Yes.
That's not a bad movie. It's a very generic fucking Star Wars movie.
It's the best one of those movies.
But Kylo Ren is definitely the best part of it. And his scenes with when he is fighting his scene where he stabs Han Solo. Look, I hated it. I really hated they killed off Han Solo, but fucking Adam Driver sold it. Like he did sell it. He really did, bro. Like you felt the emotion from the character there. I'll give him that.
He channeled a little bit of Michael Rosenbaum from Smallville when he killed Lionel Luthor.
Chewbacca immediately shooting him, and nailing the shot.
Yeah, that was a great moment.
That was
great Star Wars moment.
That was a great dramatic Star Wars moment in a otherwise very subpar film. But then I think that they really did nail him losing the fight to Rey and the black guy who nobody remembers.
Yeah, Finn. Wait, can I say something controversial? I don't know. Maybe it'll go viral.
Okay, what?
I actually think Wait, I don't know if anyone's ever said this before. This is literally, I've always thought this. If J.J. Abrams had written and directed all 3 films, the sequel trilogy would have been far better.
Oh well, no, that's 100%. Look, the problem with the sequel trilogy, the main issue with it is the fact that it was completely disconnected, and you had Rian Johnson coming in wanting to spit on what J.J. Abrams left for him, and then you had J.J. Abrams wanting to come in and stomp and step all over what Rian Johnson basically crapped out over his.
You're half right. You're half right. What happened? You're right about what happened with Rian Johnson. I think Rian Johnson had his own perspective on what Star Wars should be.
Yeah,
but I think Rise of Skywalker. Here's what I think happened, and I would
Rise of Skywalker is a terrible film. I
agree. I think it's the worst of the 3, personally.
I don't know if you're wrong, because he spent so much of that film wanting to basically undo what Rian Johnson did in his film. I was like, dude, I don't like what Rian Johnson did, but you fucking coming in and doing the same shit is like really fucking distracting.
So here's what I think. I think what happened, and I'm not blaming the fans, although I think the fans have. It's hard. It's so complicated. I think what happened was The Last Jedi had so much backlash that JJ and the studio, they went into The Rise of Skywalker knowing about the backlash, and they tried to do the exact opposite of what The Last Jedi did.
You know
what the exact opposite.
Let him finish his thought, bro.
You know what the exact opposite of what Rian Johnson did is? Well, first off, Rian Johnson was actually, whether you hate the movie or like the movie, he was kind of subversive and creative with his world building.
Shut up!
No. I'm not talking.
Let him finish. Let him finish, Crow. Let him finish.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. So J.J. Abrams came in and was the most. He didn't want to do what Rian Johnson did. So instead, he became the most predictable, redundant, boring, predictable, because that entire movie is the most predictable movie of
disagree with what you think happened.
No. What I think happened is J.J. Abrams was appealing to what he thought was what the fans wanted to see, that's why he brought.
I don't believe that at all.
I don't believe that. It's such a polar opposite of what The Last Jedi was.
It is
the whole movie.
But the thing is,
the last opposite of Rian
Last
Johnson.
Jedi is the polar opposite of The Force Awakens. It really is.
I know. I'm saying it should have been JJ all the way through.
That is 100% on Disney. But look, Rian Johnson came in and decided that he wanted to do his own thing, and there was plenty that J.J. Abrams left for the next guy to come in and build off of. And Rian Johnson came in and said, no. No, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna smash it. I'm gonna break it apart. Fuck you. This is what we're doing now. And when he ends the film, he ends it with an emotionally whipped bitch boy Kylo Ren as the only bad guy. Like, it is fucking awful.
Okay,
it is a terrible
the one thing I was
middle film of a trilogy.
Let him.
Yeah, sorry.
Wait, Johnimus, do you have anything? I thought you were trying to say
Oh
something.
no, I was just gonna say it's funny because it's just like, J.J. Abrams, he made this beautiful cake and stuff like that. And then Rian Johnson came and said, I'd be ashamed if somebody just took a shit on it.
Yeah. But one thing I was gonna say though, to praise J.J. Abrams, is the end of The Force Awakens. I really like that ending. I'm not kidding. Seeing Han Solo die, I didn't like at the time, but everything that followed from there, Chewie shooting Kylo taking that hit, and then Kylo going off to fight Rey and Finn with the injury. Bro, the thing is, people were complaining, how did Rey win the fight? I was like, bro, that's not Like, Kylo has a chest wound from a fucking bowcaster that literally explodes their targets on impact. Like, bro, he should be dead right now, and he's still going. That is, to me, that is how you show that he's threatening, right? Yeah, he takes a bowcaster from Chewbacca and then goes on to have a battle with Rey. Like, he should be dead. He should be on the floor dead. During the fight, too, they don't just have him Superman it. He's limping around and pounding his chest to keep his heart going. Like, that to me, you sold me that he is a determined Sith apprentice who needs to fucking win and please his master. Like, to me, it was the same energy from fucking Darth Maul, except Kylo, there was more to connect with there. Yeah. But then Rian Johnson came in and turned Kylo into this emotional little bitch boy. And it's such a fucking letdown. And I do think that had J.J. Abrams just like stayed with this series from start to finish, it would have been better. Yes, it still wouldn't have been a great Star Wars film. I think that at best, it would have been better than the prequels. At best.
So I let you. I literally. I agree with like almost everything you said, but I think it's funny. I just gonna like let you talk because I think a lot of people are gonna like call you out. That's just because if I said that, right? Imagine if I said anything positive about J.J. Abrams. You know how many people would like fucking roast the fuck out of me, dude? Come on.
Oh, look, here's the thing.
Come on.
No. This is the thing. That
I actually agree with you, by the way.
No, I appreciate that because here's the thing that people misinterpret about J.J. Abrams. He has a fundamental flaw in storytelling, and he is open about what that flaw is. He likes setting up this big mystery that everybody chases their tails trying to figure out. And his big mystery was, who are Rey's parents? I mean, that's the big thing. Where's Luke Skywalker? Why isn't he here? Where did the new First Order come from? Who is Snoke? Yeah, bro, he is great at doing all of that, at setting all of that up and getting you really interested and really invested. And you know what? That's why he's the perfect guy to write the first film in a trilogy, because you're gonna get hooked. But he doesn't know how to nail what is in the big mystery. Had he finished it, I think the final film in the trilogy would have been the worst by far.
No. Here's the problem. We don't know because if J.J. Abrams was able to write all three of them, I guarantee you that The Rise of Skywalker would have been basically a totally different movie. A totally different. You would not have had any of that shit because guess what Rian Johnson did? Yeah. He established that. Well, first off, he killed Snoke, right? Which JJ did not plan. Snoke. I think the majority of Star Wars fans are correct. Where Snoke was supposed to be this trilogy villain, and
yes, 100%. He was supposed to be the next Emperor.
Yeah. And instead, JJ's like, oh, fuck. Rian Johnson kills Snoke. The fans hate the movie. Now I have to like bring back the Emperor because I think they want nostalgia.
No. See, this is where I think you're wrong. This is where you are 100% wrong.
You don't think the Emperor was nostalgia?
No. J.J. Abrams is a fucking idiot and a loser for bringing back Sidious. What he should have done was just bring fucking Snoke back.
I think he was appealing to the fans.
He should have just brought Snoke back and shown that Snoke is the first Sith to really accomplish immortality to the point where you can kill him. He's coming literally right back. Then you know what? Yes, exactly. Exactly.
But I'm saying,
and hold on. And Lofti, here's the thing. You could have revealed Snoke's identity as being one of the ancient Sith Lords who's been fucking waiting to come back.
No, dude, you're right. But my whole point is that JJ was taking in what the fans were saying about how they hated everything about The Last Jedi, and the fans were actually a bit hyperbolic about that movie. Snoke was actually kind of badass, okay? And they could bring him back, right? But you know what? The fans kind of dictated. Well, JJ thought that the fans dictated. Listen, JJ was listening to the fans. He was like, I have to
I don't think he was listening to the fans.
Let him finish, bro.
Listen,
Let him finish.
no,
I think
listening to the fans.
Let him finish, bro.
You don't
Let him
know.
finish.
No.
Inglorious bastards. No, Crow, I'm dead serious. I think JJ was like terrified of The Last Jedi, and he wanted to do the exact opposite of The Last Jedi. So that's what I think. I think he over exaggerated.
No, I think it came from Disney.
But
I think it came from Disney.
I think JJ was Disney at the time, right?
Well, no, I think JJ was not supposed to do the third film, right? They brought him back because of what Rian Johnson did in the second one.
Yeah, but Disney. Are you telling Kennedy? Are you telling me that Kathleen Kennedy knew the whole trilogy arc? No. No,
I'm not saying
JJ, come back and save this movie, JJ. Please help us, JJ. You're our only hope.
I'm saying that the reason why J.J. Abrams came back on the third film was because the second film was so universally hated, and they were not expecting that.
You're saying they brought so they were just like, you're our only hope. Come back, JJ. And he's come back and breathe life back into these movies. I can't. They're already dead. Rian Johnson killed him.
I do think that Lofti, you're probably correct, but like listening to the fans, bro, no fan was sitting there wanting fucking Sidious brought back. Nobody wanted that.
I know.
Nobody wanted that at all.
I know, but like I'm telling you, he was so scared of The Last Jedi's reputation that he had to distance himself as much as possible from it. The only way to do that,
I think that
I can see that being a desperation move.
I don't think it had.
Move.
I don't.
I could see. I could kind of buy into that because the thing is, J.J. Abrams is kind of hit or miss. He's a hit or miss director. At least for me.
Praising
you know
J.J. Abrams. Just to be clear, I'm not praising him. I'm saying that I don't think that the decisions made in that film were about him wanting to appease the fans or being afraid of being associated with Rian Johnson. I think a lot of the decisions he made was like, look, I gave you everything and you fucked it up, so I'm resetting it. I think that that's why the first part of his film is him literally going through everything Rian Johnson did and just saying, nope, we're putting the mask back together.
Wait,
Kylo's wearing it again.
You're right about one thing. I think everybody could agree with this. This is the sequel trilogy in a nutshell. The first movie had a progression that led to like Rey's kind of future character arc. And then there's like dramatic confrontation with Luke. The second film, The Last Jedi, subverted everything about it. The original. And the third movie subverted everything about The Last Jedi. So like, I think what happened was JJ was like, I am establishing something that I think could. JJ was like, I'm going to make a movie. And I think Rian Johnson can take what I made and continue to make like a good, because Rian Johnson's a great director. Like he really is. And I think JJ gave him too much. Like, I think he like overestimated his like adherence to the Star Wars canon. Now, what I'm saying is, the first movie was like JJ's like doing his thing. Second movie is like Rian Johnson, fuck you, JJ Abrams. I'm going to do what I want. Third movie's fuck you, Rian Johnson. I'm going to do what I want. It's so terribly coordinated that's why the trilogy sucks. I actually don't hate JJ or Rian Johnson. I like both of them, but I think the problem is that their chemistry was like it's like the worst chemistry you could possibly have.
The problem is the studio is literally the ones who are paying for this shit, who are hiring these people. At the end of the day, yes, I don't want I really don't want Kathleen Kennedy. I don't want fucking Disney. I don't want Marvel Studios coming in and stepping on the neck of the director. At the end of the day, though, especially when it's a fucking trilogy, right? And they're all connected together in this timeline. you need them to be consistent with each other. When I say Rian Johnson came in and said, fuck everything J.J. Abrams did, it was more than just, hey, I'm going to change the fucking story and kill off the big bad. The characters' dialogue was different. The way the characters walked even was different. If you watch episode 7 and then just like watch 20 minutes of episode 8 and tell me it doesn't feel like you're living in a fucking distortion. It's drastically fucking different. And the only reason to do that was Rian Johnson wanting to put his dick in it and tell people that this is mine. This is mine, everybody.
For a moment, Crow, I thought you were going to say the only reason Rian Johnson did that was to make Kevin Smith cry.
Right. Like, the thing is, at the end of the day, though, that is 100% on Disney and Lucasfilms for allowing that. Bro, like, you're paying for this. Of course,
they have the final say.
Yeah, exactly. You have the final
Producers
say.
always have.
You need to.
That's the thing people don't realize about
movies need to fucking connect together, and they let both men just do whatever the fuck they wanted to do.
Unless your name is like Spielberg, or you're somebody that is that level, of director, a producer gets to say no. You know what I mean?
Look, the sequel trilogy was always going to fail because Disney never had a plan for it. Disney never was interested in actually telling a story. They were just after money. Right? And look, I'm a greedy guy. I get it. I understand it. Go get your fucking bag. I don't care. Yeah. But like, dude, if that's your only motivation and the people you're hiring to do that literally don't fucking give a shit either, it's going to be trash. There's no way around that. It's going to be trash because you're not interested in telling a good story. You're just interested in milking people for dollars.
Yeah.
Okay, we got to talk about Rings of Power, though.
Yeah, we do. Move on.
Okay, perfect. Okay, let me just ask you, has your rating changed from an 8.5 out of 10? I know you said you're going to go back and watch it.
Yeah, it did. I think I dropped it to an 8.
I fucking hate you. Okay, listen. I know what you said when you were like, okay, if you take all the 10s and you take all the 1s out of the equation. And I was like, yeah, but like, dude, there's still shill sites that give 8s for bad projects. Like IGN gave She-Hulk an 8.
Okay, and hold on. We are jumping hardcore into this conversation because
I know. Listen.
Wait,
the reason why I bring up like the whole thing about 10s and 1s, the thing that I want to talk to you about is just whether or not
you want to talk about review bombing.
Not
because I will talk about review bombing because I am 100% convinced about everything that I believe about review bombing. We can talk about it. We can talk. Wait, can I just say why I give it? Can I say why I dropped my rating?
Yeah, sure. Why?
Okay, because initially I gave when I gave it an 8.5. It's 2 episodes, right? So it's like an average. I don't like giving 0.5s. Like, okay, I'm a Letterboxd kind of like person, which is like if chat doesn't know what Letterboxd is. Letterboxd is an app or a website that lets you rate films. It's also a social media site. You can follow people. It's a really, really cool movie review website. It's the best aggregate site, I think, on the internet. So I'm like used to 1 out of 5. No. I'm just saying I'm used to I'm much more used to 1 out of 5 reviews. Because I think it's more accurate than out of 10. Because the more you get into IGN used to do out of
Lofti, I'm going to be honest with you. I thought you were going to give me a quick 2-minute response. I clearly have enough time here to just take a quick dab. So just keep going for another 4 or 5 minutes.
So IGN, right? So IGN used to. Do you guys remember when IGN or Edge? What the fuck was it? EGM magazine. They used to do out of 100 rating.
Yep.
And do you remember
that was my magazine? EGM. Yep.
Or EGM was EGM would do this. They would rate a game. It would be 9.75 out of 10, and it's or 8.25 out of 10. It's like, how do you fucking come up with that? Like, what's your criteria for coming up with
what are
the
metrics for
the
that?
0.25?
Yeah, they were. I don't know. I never understood why they did either. It's just like you could simplify. You could simplify this a lot more because that's one thing that GamePro kind of had differently over them. Their scoring was easier to understand. It was more to the point. It's like, okay, this is this out of this, and they put the little cartoon men there so you could see like, oh, it's fun. Okay, they like really dumbed it down and simplified it.
Okay, so
But-
now I'm gonna say it. I think you gave this. I think that at best, the show is average at best, and I think you gave it an 8 out of 10 because you wanted to counteract all the people that were giving it 1s and 2s and calling it shit and saying it was like CW. Lofty. Oh my god, am I here by myself? Did it crash? Did the stream crash? It must have. No one's talking. Holy shit.
Hello.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Lofty, can you hear me?
Dude, I was talking. Oh my god, I hit my leg.
Yeah, so I didn't hear you refute anything I said, so I assume that you accept it. We can just move on to the next point.
Wait, what was the last thing you heard me say?
I didn't hear you say anything. You were muted the entire time.
No, what was the last thing you heard me say? Fuck, dude. Okay. I want to. We'll just. This stream is a disaster, dude. Okay.
Just take your time, man. Just take your time. Gather your thoughts.
Okay. Let me start over. Because I was going on a rampage about my opinions. And nobody heard me. Okay. I think you're totally wrong. What did you just say? You think the show's average? Wait.
I think the show at best is average based on the second episode. I think the first episode, like I'm giving you my honest opinion. I think the second episode is entirely average. And I think the reason why is because it has some very high negatives, but also the entire scene with Elrond and Durin and, going in and seeing his family and everything. I think that showed a ton of potential, but it's a very short part of the episode. And the same negatives from the first episode are still there.
Here's what I think.
I think but hold on. I think the first episode being the intro is fucking awful. I think that it will drive people away from wanting to continue the series. And I think it's bad for a normie. And I think it's bad for a fan of the movie trilogy.
Okay, that's fine. All I want to do is address what you said about like averages. Because in my opinion, I think a show like, let's say, have you seen The Witcher?
Yeah, I saw The Witcher.
Okay. I would say The Witcher is like a very average fantasy show.
I agree.
It's good and it's bad. And
I didn't like The Witcher. I mean, I think it's okay.
Dude, it's so middle of the road. Like Henry Cavill pushes it above average when he's on the screen.
I completely agree. Henry Cavill, if you had a lesser actor in The Witcher, it would be fucking unwatchable for me.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. It would be well below average. But so where I'm coming from is The Witcher to me is my standard average fantasy show. Now, yes. what I think about Rings of Power, here's my thoughts. The scope, the story, the world building is much better than The Witcher. Everything about it is better than The Witcher.
100% disagree.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, and here's why. Yes, the Lord of the Rings, Middle Earth, everything there is way more complex than anything that was ever told
It is.
In the Witcher universe. However, you have to go by the information that's actually being conveyed and how the audience is taking that in.
Okay.
What you are told in The Witcher, from what I remember, because I will admit it's been a while since I watched it, you're given enough information to understand how that world operates and functions very easily. In the Rings
did
of
we
Power,
lose that other guy? Did we lose that guy?
Yeah, he had to head out.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're good. Gosh, you threw me off though.
Rings of Power.
In the Rings of Power, though, there's a ton of information, right? And they're trying to shove it all in at once. And I'm like, plus, and I think you've talked about this as well. The Witcher has the advantage of following Geralt of Rivia, the main character. The Rings of Power has the disadvantage of being bloated with characters that it wants you to follow along with. I mean, this is all bad. Having a compendium of lore over The Witcher is a great thing, but when you're not able to really get it across easily, and I'm not even talking about easily, but like in a digestible format, that's overall it turns into a negative, not a positive.
Hey, wait, before we get into the Rings of Power, can you talk about the ratings quick?
Okay.
Because I actually have to pee really bad.
The ratings for Rotten Tomatoes or
whatever's on your screen. I just like
this is the Sambas TV 1.8 million versus the House of Dragons.
I have to go to the bathroom. I just wanted you to have something to talk about while I'll be
right back. Okay, so something that kind of came out that was interesting was Rings of Power was being advertised by Amazon as having 25 million watchers, but the language behind that was a little bit sus for some people because they were talking about people sampling the show. So it was like, okay, so 25 million people didn't actually tune in and watch the episode. They maybe watched like the opening preview for the episode, or maybe they only watched a few minutes of the episode and then tuned out. It seems dishonest to go ahead and say that the show had 25 million watchers. Now, the thing about Rings of Power that has as a disadvantage to it is at the same time it's running, House of Dragons is also coming out. And House of Dragons is being praised while Rings of Power is being torn apart and crucified. Also, House of Dragons right now, according to the Samba TV report, it had something like, I think it was 4 point, what was it? They said somewhere in here. Countries have 46 million addressable TVs. 1.8 million households watch Rings of Power. Oh God, where's the? God damn it! So, House of Dragons watched by 10 million viewers on the first day, while Rings of Power was watched by 25 million viewers on its first day of release. Numbers, these were the official numbers. Now, based on the Samba TV report, it was 1.8 million for Rings of Power, and then for House of Dragons, it was 4.8 million. So, I don't think that anyone is going to deny that House of Dragons is being received better by just about everybody. And it's the thing is, if Rings of Power was the only thing that was being released and it was being trashed, then you could sit there and say that it's haters and it's people hating and they're grifting off of the hate or whatever. I don't really know. The problem is House of Dragons is out, and House of Dragon is like being praised and people love it. So what's the actual explanation for the criticism of Rings of Power? You can't scream sexism. That doesn't really work. I think it also gave numbers for She-Hulk on here. Let's see. Worth a mention is that we see that Samba TV is only reporting the 4-day number, same as it did for She-Hulk. Does it say what She-Hulk had, though? That's what I'm wondering. Rings of Power was compared to Marvel She-Hulk series on Disney Plus, and not in a good way. According to Samba TV, as many households watched the new Lord of the Rings series on Amazon Prime Video as did watch She-Hulk on Disney Plus. Oh God, that's awful. Look, I mean, She-Hulk is a terrible show. And look, you're on phase 4 of the MCU. Yeah, that major fan base, but I definitely feel like Rings of Power was pushed way, way, way more heavily than She-Hulk was. So the fact that, I mean, just the pure fact that you have She-Hulk, like, yeah, man, I don't know, chat. Like, what do you think about that? If She-Hulk really has as many watchers as Rings of Power, bro, that says a lot about Rings of Power. I really feel that. 25 million samples, Rings of Power. Yeah. God, Lofti, come back. I want to talk about Galadriel. The greatest she-elf to ever she-elf. Natanya, you like She-Hulk? Well, see, here's the thing. If you like something, it's fine. Like, I'm going to rip on something if I think it's stupid. But at the end of the day, I like some stuff that people think are stupid. So, yeah. 2.25 million sampled Rings of Power. 20 million could have dipped out after first episode. Yeah, probably. But at the same time, I'm like, why would you tell people 25 million people tuned in and watched? At the end of the day, the show's got to do well for Amazon. And, you know, getting as much positive press as possible is great. But at the end of the day, people aren't going to be watching it. Like, people don't tend to trust review sites in the first place. Did you listen to Lofty on the last Flashcast? Yeah, I did. And that's why I want to talk about the whole idea that Galadriel is a strong warrior woman elf, and that is how Tolkien portrayed her. Like, this is something that I think is really fucked, and it has very little to actually do with the show itself and how good the show is. They advertise this fucking show as being faithful to Tolkien, right? Why would you do that? Why would you fucking do that? You can sit there and you could say, well, the fucking Peter Jackson trilogy, he made a lot of the same statements. Yeah, but that was like the first time that they were actually adapting Tolkien into a major production. And people now know for a fact that, hey, look, this is what Peter Jackson did, and you've been distancing yourself from the Peter Jackson trilogy and talking about how, you know, you're telling your own thing that's going to be faithful to Tolkien. I think that you're deserving of the criticism, and I think that if people are going to trash you in the reviews for turning around and saying, well, actually, we know better than Tolkien, and we're doing our own thing. The changes to the trilogy in the films, yeah, some of them are pretty big, but at the end of the day, I definitely feel it is way more in line with what's presented in the books than anything going on in the show, and that's by design, right? The show by design is not going to follow any of the pre-established lore. So why the fuck would you tell people that it would? Or not tell people it would, but heavily fucking imply it by sitting there and saying it's going to be faithful to Tolkien. That's the thing I don't get. That, to me, it's like you're setting yourself up for failure, and you deserve to be criticized. And if people are going to fucking slam you, you should be slammed. You should be ridiculed, and you should be mocked. And maybe people feel differently about it, but I think that at least is fair. I really do. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm like, I should have grabbed like 3 bottles of water because that dab I just took is drying out my mouth. I got something special for you while we wait for Lofty to come back from playing with his pet squirrel. I hope you appreciate the music.
I'm back. I'm back, by the way.
Oh shit! I was about to play a song.
Go ahead. You could play it if you want, but
I'm going to play it for them. It's a special song. I played it last stream. It's called "Taken by the Flash." It's a song in tribute of Ezra Miller and his love of children.
okay.
Just another boring day where nothing changes. Everything was normal till you came running up my street, and you ran so fast. I was taken by the Flash. Then you came and brought me here. You locked me here. You locked me in your basement. And you told me you loved me. And I said I loved you too. And it happened all so fast. I was taken by the Flash. Cause Flash, I know you know that you're the fastest man I know. Whenever you're away from me, my whole world moves so slow. The only thing I have now are the memories that pass. If I'd have known this day would be our last. Taken by the Flash. My mother and my father, they both warned me when they said you were unstable. But your jawline and your brown eyes, they were more than I could take. And it happened all so fast. I was taken by the Flash. Now we both gone missing and we're kissing till
I wish I knew this song. I would sing along with it.
Oh, dude, it's awesome.
that I like it, and I don't wanna go back.
I've been talking to chat.
home, and it happened
And all so fast, I was taken by the Flash.
I'm actually a pretty good singer, but I don't know this song
Flash,
fast.
I know you know
Bro, I will give you the link so you can learn the lyrics.
Whenever you're away from me, my whole world moves so slow. The only thing I have now are the memories that pass. If I'd have known this day would be all now. Taken by the Flash. Ezra, no, don't take me home, just keep me here, just keep me wanting. Ezra, no, don't take me home, just keep me here, just keep me wanting. Ezra, no, don't take me home, just keep me here, just keep me wanting.
Dude, I did a musical.
Ezra, no, don't take me home,
Yes.
just keep me here, just keep me wanting.
Here, I'll turn it down a bit. Okay, so like I'm going to get the video of them actually singing the song, save it, and upload it, and just play that at the start of streams. Because I fucking love this song. It's fucking great.
Yeah. Okay.
Ezra, no, don't take me home, just keep me here, just keep me wanting.
Oh, your brother's in chat.
Oh yeah, that's my brother. Yeah, dude. Everything I watch, me and him are so close. Like we watch everything together. We have a lot of this very similar opinions. He really likes the show, by the way.
Wait,
He
what?
likes the show. But he really likes the show as well, by the way.
Oh God. Well, you know, like Okay, so where were we
Wait.
with it?
Yeah.
So listen, I have already said the second episode is better than the first episode. But the main reason why is because you see a lot of positives in the interactions between Durin and Elrond. Like I definitely feel like when you show, hey, like this is an immortal elf, and he's friends with a mortal, you know, like yeah, like
that's a really cool conversation.
Yes, it's and you know what? It's something that you can actually understand because, bro, like, have you ever like fallen out of touch with somebody?
Yes.
Right, and then they come back for a while, and it's just like, yeah, I mean, dude, I don't really know you anymore. It's been years. But that
I agree. I think that scene was the most Tolkien of anything in the show so far.
100%.
The reason why I say that is because the theme of Tolkien's world and his universe and like what he created, the main theme, it's hard to say. There's like multiple main themes. I would say the most important thing about his what he created was the concept of death and also the concept of time. And so what they did there was like they really tried to basically what I think is great for a normie audience going into this.
Yes.
Because they don't understand that elves have this total different perspective on time and life than dwarves do. So I think that I think that what they did was great in terms of like character building, world building between the dwarves and the elves. I think that's essential moving forward because we're going to have a lot of dwarves and a lot of elves crossover in this show. So I think it's essential that I think they did a good job in episode 2 with that kind of relationship. But
well, and the thing is, outside of that, if you didn't have that scene, right? I would say that there is almost no hope for that show, right? Because like that shows that the people that are writing this, they do understand the characters, right? They have the ability to do this. But what's shown in the first episode almost removes any ability for me to be excited about it. I don't want to reference back to the original books because they've made it very clear. Well, and here's something that annoys me. They advertise this thing as like being incredibly faithful to Tolkien. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. And I understand that the Peter Jackson trilogy, isn't is not entirely faithful to Tolkien. I understand
it's very faithful, except
no, I mean in terms of like the Tolkien fans, how they see it and everything. I understand that that's not good enough for them, right? But
but fuck those people.
I'm
like,
not Lofty. Stop. I'm making a point, and it's not.
No. I'm saying
it's not the point you think I'm going to make. It's not the point you think I'm going to make.
Okay.
I'm saying I don't care what the Tolkien like diehards are saying about
that's
this,
what I'm saying,
right? But when you advertise the fucking show as less as being involved with the fucking movies and more about being faithful to Tolkien's world, that was bullshit. That was always bullshit.
Okay,
I think objectively that was bullshit.
First off, what I was saying, I wasn't saying fuck those people as in like I don't like them, because I actually am one of them. I think the books are much better than the films, but the films are like close to perfection. So
yes.
What I was saying is
so like the troll fight scene, I understand that wasn't in the books, but man, having that in the film, like that was really fucking good.
That's
like
what I'm saying.
There's no denying that.
That's also
I think that when you adapt like they did with the trilogy, when you're adapting books into film, you're going to have to make changes so that it fits within the format of a film, unlike a book where you have way more time to do things.
Also, a lot of people do not consider the fact that Peter Jackson was directing these films. So what Peter Jackson is really, 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 really good at is practical effects, horror, like the genre of horror, which that's where he came from. And like I said, practical effects and like really kind of quirky, unique directing.
Yeah. So like
what I appreciated was his. I think he was the perfect storm. I think the now a lot of Tolkien fans will say his films were very goofy. They were very like genre specific. If you actually take Tolkien's literature and adapt it to screen, it would be much more similar to like it would actually be like a very high fantasy, very like minimal comedy, minimal action.
You would need a narrator to explain from scene to scene like what's going on. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it.
You know what I mean? Like there would be minimal action. Like I think Peter Jackson is a great blend of like what film audiences want versus what Tolkien wanted to portray. I think it's a perfect blend.
I think Peter Jackson brought that world to life in a way that only he was able to do.
Yeah.
But my point is, though, when it comes to what we're getting with this show, they're not making these changes because that doesn't translate well onto the small screen in an episodic format. If anything, it would be much simpler to adapt things from a book into a TV show. They don't have the rights to most of the works that they would actually need to fully adapt, right? They have to make changes, but some of the changes that they're making, like taking away Galadriel being a wife and a mother, that was purely an artistic choice, and I think it was largely a net negative. And I think my thing with Galadriel as a character, I can sit there and say, hey, yes, it's ridiculous. Lady Galadriel is wearing a fucking suit of armor, and I'm not even going to engage in the dumb argument of, well, she could have learned to use a sword better than all the other else. Fuck off, man. That's not. Look, I look at it from the aspect of, hey, if you want me to follow this character, and you want to tell a fucking revenge story with her, no, but like also, this is an awful way of telling a revenge story, right? Like, Lofti, have you seen Vinland Saga?
Yeah.
Okay, have you? And I know you've seen the John Wick.
I've
movies,
read.
right?
I've read all of Vinland Saga.
Okay, perfect.
I'm literally caught
just
up.
The prologue. Just the prologue, though.
Yeah.
Thorfinn's story, his entire story in the prologue is a revenge story. He is obsessed with killing the man that killed his father, and he does anything to get his revenge. And it's never portrayed as a positive, as a good thing. Every single time he does it, you see it's destroying him, and you see just like how much of an animal he's really becoming. The scene where he's like, where he's on the boat and he's talking to the slave girl, and she thinks that he's a slave because he's literally sitting on this boat out in the cold because he's like literally slave to his revenge. There's never any time where it's portrayed as being a positive story for Thorfinn. And up until the very bitter end, he needs to like not seek revenge. Galadriel seeking revenge against Sauron, I think the negative there is going to be that she needs to treat her people better, but also that her revenge and her obsession with Sauron, yes, the elves should have been worried about Sauron, and that she was right for it.
Okay.
I think that's an awful way of telling a revenge story. Like, I 100% do.
I think I half agree with, or I agree with parts of what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think Vinland Saga and maybe like Kill Bill, I would say, are like good examples of established character arcs that really basically they present the character so well that you become the
Yes.
character.
Well, actually, the thing is, they make you feel such a strong emotional
Yeah, they do.
attachment to the person that, that dies.
Because Thorfinn in the first episode or in the third episode or whatever of Vinland, I don't know. The manga is really good. I can't remember.
His father dies in episode 3.
Episode 3. So
Yeah.
what? Yeah. So they show that dramatic moment. The same thing with the flashback in Kill Bill, where they show her violent abuse brought on by like the Bill and all the other people. Like they really kind of force you into like her head and his head and kind of make you feel, okay, you were violated as a viewer. You were violated and you were fucked over, and you need to get revenge. And it's almost like the character needs to get revenge, but also like the reader and the viewer needs to get revenge. I do agree that the Rings of Power didn't quite.
I'm not even going to let you play around with it. It did not in any way, shape, or form make you feel
I agree
for the brother or care at all that he died.
I agree, but here's what
this is a big problem. Okay, stop, because before we move on, this is a huge problem with her character and why you will not relate to her. And this is really bad because she is the main character.
Yeah, but
and her revenge is going to be justified. But like literally, there is no emotional attachment to this story at all.
I think you're exaggerating. I think there's
I'm not.
I think there's
dude.
you're acting like it's all or nothing. I think there's a gray area. I think there's a little bit of an emotional like they did the flashback. Flashback.
Okay. Lofty. I'm not trying to be rude about this, but like the reason why I brought up the John Wick films, if you don't have the time or you're not going to dedicate the amount of time needed to actually make you care about this person dying, you need to do something very cheap to build that emotional attachment. John Wick does it by showing us a puppy getting beaten to death.
I know,
right? Like, bro, I mean, it just.
But here's the problem with Lord of the Rings, right? The problem is all of this shit happens over thousands of years because the elves live so long. So,
see, this is the problem with the show and their decision to make it about revenge. They know this. They know the time that Sauron comes. They know all of this. They know that this took place over the course of thousands of years. It's on them to make me give a shit about this.
No.
Because Galadriel gives a shit about this, and I don't fucking care.
Listen. I actually agree. I think it's kind of expected upon the audience to be familiar with Galadriel's
automatic failure.
Now, they do an okay job.
This is the part that actually really pisses me off about this show. This show is actually better if you understand Tolkien's lore and if you've read his books. I'm not kidding. But it actually plays better.
But you're right.
You can understand the concepts that they're going for, but they're doing a shit job of it.
Yeah, but
the diehard Tolkien fans aren't happy with the show at all. So you're asking the wrong people to praise it.
No, I think you're right in terms of Galadriel's character. But I think the rest of the show works very well as it's presented.
Okay. So we can.
But that's the thing, right? Like this is the problem.
But like when you say it's an 8 out of 10, this is the thing. Like I say that it's very average to me because hold on. Because of everything that happens in the first episode to set everything up is piss poor. It's awful. If you're a normie, I have no clue how you're paying attention to any of it. Hold on. The other stuff that you're talking about in the show, the visuals, right? The cinematography, the music, I think that that's done very well. I mean, look, by the time we get to the second episode and you're in the Dwarven Kingdom, man, I love that shit. You have no clue. I love.
Well, then why are people calling it the CW?
I'm not. I said you're. I think you're right when they say it's a CW. I think that's bullshit. I think it's designed very well.
Do you wait? What do you honestly think of people that are calling it like CW quality?
I think that they're playing it up. I honestly do. I think the writing.
If I said that, I would get torched. I would get burned alive.
The writing with Galadriel is I think the writing with Galadriel is CW quality. I'm not kidding. The scene where she's a kid, I think that's the type of shit that you would put on the CW because it's that bland, that uninteresting, and that poorly done. But in terms of like the set designs and everything, no, that's where the fucking budget went. I mean, like, look, the amount of money that's in this show, if they weren't delivering that level of fucking quality,
at least
I'd be like, honest. What the fuck? I'm not, yeah 100%.
I mean, I appreciate that, but there's a lot of people who are.
I don't fucking care.
Essentially, they're lying.
I don't care. See, here's the thing, though. I don't really care that they say that because at the end of the day, I have way too many people overly praising this trash fire to the point that I don't give a shit. If people are going to be dishonest about it, be dishonest about it. Lofti, I'm sorry. 8 out of 10 is a high score for this shit.
Dude, it's great, man.
Well, let's talk about the next problem though. And this is something that look, I love. Before you say anything, before you say a single thing, I love Spider-Man. I love all of Spider-Man's villains. I love web swinging. I love even the shitty Spider-Man films. I fucking hated Amazing Spider-Man 2 because it's bloated as all shit.
It's terrible.
And in 2 episodes, they bloated the fuck out of this show with characters who I just wish were not in it. That is bad. That is also bad.
Amazing Spider-Man 2 is actually a terrible movie.
Oh god, it's awful. The bloat makes it fucking awful. This show,
the terrible writing.
Well, it's it's like everything. But like the worst thing in that movie to me, and the thing that I think drags everything else down, is when you bloat it with characters, you're taking away from the quality of everything else. You're taking away from the time to actually develop the characters that matter. Look, I think that including the Harfoots, because they were obsessed with wanting to have hobbits in their fucking show.
Yep.
I think that entire thing is a net negative.
Nope.
I think it's stupid.
I disagree.
I think it takes away from the show.
Disagree completely.
No, I completely disagree with you. That's fine. There's too many characters in the show right now. If you want to include them, put them in the show later. Make their story way less important. Dude, there's too many fucking characters.
No. Here's the problem with
you.
Do you want to know your problem?
Oh, yes. Tell me the problem with me, bitch.
Do you want to know your problem?
Yes, I want to know my problem.
You are not patient. You have an impatience that is a negative quality of your character.
Here's the problem. Admitted that the show is overloaded with characters. You can't sit there and say I'm impatient.
Dude,
when I pointed out.
I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Fuck you! It's worse than an 8 out of 10.
No, listen.
Okay, we haven't gotten into the terrible pacing yet, but sure. Which I think is also a result of the character bloat, by the way. But
part of the reason
the
reason why I think I'm just gonna say this so we can move on. I think the reason why I gave it an 8 out of 10 as opposed to a 10 out of 10.
Oh yes, why? Yes,
right.
Is
because I think there's a number of things that kind of irritated.
A number of things, yes.
Number one, we were moving away from very interesting things to another storyline that it got to a point where I was like, damn, I kind of wish we continued with that Elrond Durin hammer competition. Instead,
Yes,
we went to the Harfoot.
I agree.
So,
hey, bro, if you made the entire here's the thing. I'm complaining about terrible pacing. I actually would have given that show way higher marks if you cut the entire Harfoot scene out.
Now,
if you took out the entire thing with the orc, even I wouldn't have even fucking cared if you made the entire episode some Galadriel scenes and everything else just Elrond hanging out with his dwarven buddy.
Yeah, but dude,
like I fucking would have just loved that shit because the characters on display there are just so well done and so likable. It redeems literally every other fucking trash thing in this show for me.
I think okay, that's fair. I just think you are going. Let's say there's a pendulum, right, swinging. I think you are like swinging too far in the opposite direction.
Of what?
What? Okay, I think.
No, seriously, of what?
Okay, I think
opposite of
all
what?
Of I'm trying to.
Just giving you time to think.
Okay, you interrupt way more than I do. I will say that. You interrupt way more than I do.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so here's what I'm trying to say.
Let's go in round 2. The only thing I'd like to see from Dontel in round 3 is a higher output, a sense of urgency for the finish. It's unique, creative striking. The hit bone.
Okay, last one.
Chat, please. Oh my god.
Sorry.
I'm trying to say something.
I'll mute myself.
I think the problem is, while I agree that there are too many characters in terms of like pacing issues, I think all of the characters eventually will be significant to the show. Does that make any sense?
I see. The thing is, if
so
that's
here,
the case, you can. No. See, here's where I think you're wrong, though. If that's the case, what you would do is push those characters back for later episodes and spend more time focusing on the ones that actually matter in that moment.
No.
Yes. Entirely. Lofty. No. You can show these characters in an episode. You don't need to make them a big fucking part of said episode if they're not relevant to the story.
I could go on for hours about why I disagree.
But that's fine. But your problem is you're telling me that eventually it will be great. I mean, that's great and that's cute. But your review and your ratings are what they're presenting to you, buddy.
Dude, that's not.
No. Because here's where you're wrong. The problem right now, which you've already said and you've already agreed to, is there are too many characters, it's bloated, and it's leading to bad pacing. Well, dude, you telling me that eventually later on they're going to be super important to the story, so just sit through it.
No.
Literally not a good excuse for why you're rating it so high. If anything, they're handling it poorly right now.
Crow. I'm gonna expose everything. I'm gonna expose you right now. Do you want me to expose you?
Yeah, okay, go for it.
Okay. You've seen the Lord of the Rings trilogy, right? Okay. What happens in the first hour of the Fellowship of the Ring? What happens?
Wait. I'm sorry. This is
what happens. What happens in the first hour of the 2.5 hour of the? What happens in the first hour of the 2.5 hour film of the Fellowship of the Ring? Almost nothing, right? Gandalf shows up to the Shire. And an hour later, they're leaving the Shire.
Yes.
Like nothing happens. Okay.
Yeah. Well, and you know what's hilarious about you saying that?
Yeah.
Are you telling me that the first hour of Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings film is bad and you didn't like it?
No.
I love it too. I love it too. That means that you're perfectly fucking capable of keeping people fucking engaged with these characters and with these stories, except they're not able to do it in Rings of Power.
Crow.
No. Here's the thing. I agree with you in the sense that yes, this show could just be taking a while to get off the fucking ground.
Can I finish my point?
House of Dragons, no, here's the thing. House of Dragons has the exact same problem in that it hasn't really done anything. I haven't watched episode 3, I admit. But like in the first 2 episodes, hardly anything happens, but people are deeply fucking engaged in it. Okay. People are not deeply engaged in this fucking show. Like that's, I mean, you would have to admit that. People are not deeply engaged in these characters or this story. Except you.
I am, but
except,
I'm trying to explain it.
I said except you. And actually, I will say this. There are people heavily criticizing this show who are outright saying that Disa and Durin and Elrond and that entire scene, they like it. They're openly saying that, they're openly admitting to it. So they're not trashing literally everything in this show. But that's literally the only good thing in this show. Surprisingly enough, it's the Black Dwarf that everybody was upset about. It's fucking crazy.
All right, okay. Can I talk? Can I explain myself?
You just need to talk
without being interrupted.
You just have to talk louder than me. That's
okay. You are comparing a 9-hour trilogy, a complete third age story arc, right?
Yeah, from like
now it's not.
20
Wait,
years ago.
listen. It's not just a 9-hour trilogy. It's a 60-hour audiobook. Whittled down to 9 hours of film. Okay. You were comparing that.
This is a show that isn't adapted off of any of that. And has free range to put in as much time or as little time as they want to into anything because they can go wherever the fuck they want to. That was the purpose of setting this in the Second Age.
Dude, you're...
am I wrong?
All I'm saying is...
am I wrong that the trilogy is based on actual fucking books that they were clearly adapting, and this show was put in the Second Age because the showrunners wanted free range to do what they wanted to do with the story?
You're wrong.
Okay, I'm wrong. Okay. Okay, tell me how I'm wrong.
Because that's all they had the rights to do. That's why.
Oh, fuck you.
Do you understand that if they had the rights to literally everything, that they would have done an entirely different show? Like you do.
I'm sure. No. Lofty. I agree that they would have.
Okay.
But they didn't. They had the rights. No. They had the rights to what was it? The fucking Hobbit and the fucking
trilogy.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
So here's
okay. No. Hold on. They could have.
I haven't been able to talk for about
but they could have set their story in the Third Age. They could have done that too. They could have done it based on where the books are too. They could have done literally whatever they wanted to. They chose to do the Second Age.
Okay. The only reason they chose the Second Age was because that's what they had the rights to in the. So they had the rights to the appendices. They I don't know what else is in the appendices, but assuming that nothing else is more dramatically epic as the forging of the Rings of Power and the fall of Numenor, that's what they were going to be doing all along. So I don't know what the point is. The point I was trying to make before is that you are comparing a 9-hour trilogy to a 50-hour television show. And what you're saying about the show is that 2 hours into the show that we don't have the same arc as the Fellowship of the Ring. That's what I'm getting out of what you're saying. Like we don't have.
But that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, but like you have to afford a television show, at least like 4, 5, 6 episodes to build some sort of arc, right? Like that's what a definition of a television show is.
Yeah, see, here's where you're wrong though, and this is why you're wrong. The movies are
I'm actually objectively correct.
Okay,
like
but
isn't that what a television show is? Like the first half of the show is building character, building storyline, building.
I want to let you talk, but you say such wrong things that I have to jump in.
How is that wrong? How is that wrong?
Because the fucking Lord of the Rings trilogy, each movie in that trilogy was adapted as a film, meaning that they knew exactly how much time they were spending on each film. They took the time to set it up. And again, The beginning part, which is the slowest part of that fucking thing, it's very engaging and you want to watch it, and it goes by pretty fucking quickly. I mean, if you watch that original film right now, that 1 hour that they're sitting in the fucking Shire, it's actually engaging. This show misses the mark on both fronts. It's not very engaging, and I think a lot of that is that initial prologue. Just it zones you out. It zoned me out. I watched it twice just to make sure, because
can we get the specifics? Can we get the specifics?
Oh,
why don't you?
But okay. Then I'll finish up my point.
Yeah,
those were adapted as a film. This is being adapted as a TV show, and it's not as constrained to a book. So they have the ability. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's not constrained at all. It's not constrained. It has the least. It is the opposite of adapting Lord of the Rings. What they're adapting is an extremely esoteric, minimalist. Basically, they don't have any information. The Second Age.
Well, that's
go read it. Wait, literally go read about. I dare you to try to figure out Galadriel's character.
Lofty, this is why I said I don't want to go back and reference the books.
Crow.
Okay.
Every single fucking time I try to talk, you interrupt me.
Okay.
So I don't know what to like. What am I supposed to do? Just let you I know this is your show, but like.
Oh, okay. I will give you that. It's very difficult for me because, again, you say such objectively wrong things. I have to jump in.
It's not objectively wrong.
No. What you're saying that I'm saying, I think you're misinterpreting. Okay, I'm saying that the films were, based off of those books. So the reason why you had that 1 hour in the Shire, they're adapting that from the books. So we've already said if there was a direct adaptation of Tolkien, like direct adaptation, it would go on forever. And a lot of it would be sitting around talking and doing nothing. When it comes to the show, though, because they're not like adapting an actual book, they do have the ability to format their 1 hour of storytelling in any way they choose to do. And I'm saying that they failed in that front.
Yeah.
It's not that, and I appreciate that it can be slow to get started, because House of Dragons is slow to get started too.
Very fucking slow.
Very slow. Very slow. But it's super fucking engaging. Like you want to sit there and yes. Oh my God. Yes. In this show though, I'm not trying to be rude. It's just like I definitely was like zoning out on the prologue. That, and I think we talked about
7 minutes long.
It's 13 minutes long.
Okay, if you're counting the elves,
I'm counting
Galadriel's
the
troll
and the troll scene.
Okay,
as part of the prologue,
dude. Okay, what you have to give them a little. Come on, can we give them a little bit of like leeway in terms of like setting a prologue to like start the show? Like they have to start the show somewhere. I understand that like the prologue is not satisfying. But like it's not terrible. It's not terrible.
But the beginning of a show, and this is to me, maybe I'm not a professional critic, so you can tell me if I'm wrong here. I feel like at the start of a show, especially for a show that you want to continue on for a very long time, you need to draw people in and want them to be engaged. Look at the beginning, and The Walking Dead, right? It opens up.
I'm not going to compare The Walking Dead to Game of Thrones. I'm just not. I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm already done. Like you can't. Can you compare it to something else, please?
Well,
The Walking Dead is a zombie. Like what are we doing? Can we talk about the? Let's just talk. Wait, can we talk about the actual show? Once you start, the problem is when you start making comparisons to like something that is completely different from like what we're comparing. I can't wrap my mind around what you're trying to say. Like people say Breaking Bad. Oh my God, the first episode of Breaking Bad. The first episode of Breaking Bad is Walter White.
It's fucking television, Lofty. It's television. It's long-running fucking TV series. And yes, you fucking can, because the start of these shows actually draw you in, unlike this shit. That's all I'm saying. I can point to any fucking TV show I want to, Lofty. I can point to any fucking TV show I want to, Lofty, that has a good introduction that draws in people to want to fucking watch
not
it.
a good comparison.
Yes, I fucking can.
Terrible comparison.
Oh, you know what, dude? That's fine.
So, what do you think? What do you think about the Harfoots? What's
I think
your
they're
problem?
fucking awful.
What's your problem with the Harfoots?
They're annoying.
Why?
Because they exist.
Wait, why specifically are they annoying? Because they did exist, right, in the canon. So why are they annoying to you?
Oh my god. Okay, sure. Yes, they're fucking hobbits, dude. They shouldn't be there. They should not be there. The showrunners no. Fuck you, because the showrunners worked their way around this bullshit.
I don't care what the showrunners said.
Because they literally needed to have hobbits.
The Harfoots were there.
In. Oh
Crow,
my god!
You were just ignorant. Crow.
Yes, I'm ignorant. I'm ignorant.
Crow.
I don't know Tolkien.
Crow?
I'm a fake fan, right, Lofty? I don't know what I'm talking about, right, Lofty?
Yes. Crow, have you read the Silmarillion? Have you read the Unfinished Tales? Have you read the Histories of Middle Earth?
Yes, and you know what, dude?
Wait, yes?
Yes!
Wait, you've read the Histories of Middle Earth?
Wait, no, not the Histories of Middle Earth.
You read the Silmarillion?
Yes, I have.
All of it.
Yes! And it's boring! And I know it's boring! It sucks! Okay, it does. It's boring, it sucks.
Crow, I want you right
listen,
now. Crow.
Like fucking hobbits. They're saying that they're related to the fucking hobbits. I've listened to the showrunners give their explanation for this bullshit already. I don't need your explanation for it, Lofty. I've listened to the fucking showrunners explain it.
Shad is having a good time. Hey, Crow, can you explain to me what the Harfoots are and what's their origin story?
Oh my god, Lofty, again, I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. No, Lofty, because I already said
you're just
I'm not
afraid,
gonna go
dude.
back
You're terrified of what I'm about to say.
No, you idiot. I already said I'm not going to run back to the fucking books or go back and say,
Crow doesn't want me to speak.
Then speak, dude.
Okay.
I said, but before.
Are you going to let me talk?
I will let you talk, but before I do, I said from the very
until you let me talk. Okay.
Okay, that's great. Shut up. I said from the very beginning, I'm not going to run back to the books whenever it benefits me, because these fucking shows are not adapting closely off of the books. They're changing the fucking lore. They've already said it. I've listened to their explanation on the fucking Harfoots, running back and going, but Crow, the Silmarillion, shut up, dude. It literally doesn't matter to me, and it's completely pointless to what we're talking about. Go.
Can I talk?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the Harfoots, according to Tolkien's actual lore, were the first hobbits to cross the Misty Mountains. Okay. Now, in my opinion, that's exactly the fucking storyline that they're going to tell in the show. They are going to show the Harfoots crossing the Misty Mountains with the help of the stranger. And that's what's going to happen. If that contradicts that specifically does not contradict anything that Tolkien wrote. Okay. That is exactly what happens in the history of Middle Earth. Okay.
And they're still annoying as fuck, dude.
What?
And they're still annoying as fuck. Like,
I don't know. Just going off about how they were not canon and how they were fucking shouldn't be in the show. Explain to me why they shouldn't be in the show.
I went off what the fucking showrunner said.
All the showrunners said that is literally all they said.
The showrunners said that they felt that they had free license to do what they wanted to do with the Harfoots, and they couldn't imagine telling this story without having hobbits in it.
Guess what part of their response was?
That's
do you want to know what part of their response was?
Lofty. My point is, I don't even fucking care. They're annoying. I don't like them. I think that their storyline is fucking pointless right now. I don't think that there's any reason to include them in the episode.
But if you think
this is why I said I didn't want to run back to the books.
Holy fuck. Crow, if you think their storyline is pointless, then why don't you think their storyline is pointless in the Tolkien Legendarium? Why don't you think their story
pointless
Bro,
in
have
this
you read the
show
Two Towers?
as it is
Bro,
being
bro,
presented
bro,
right
have you
now?
read the,
And
bro,
these
have you read the-
characters are
bro,
fucking
bro,
annoying as
bro,
shit to
bro,
watch.
Have you read the Two Towers?
We're debating the show, not the fucking
Crow, have you read
books.
Crow? Hey, Crow, have you read the Two Towers?
We're debating the show, not the fucking books, dude.
Yeah, you're kind of terrified to talk about the books, aren't you? You're kind of scared. You're kind of scared to talk about the books. Hey, Crow, have you read the books? Guess what? Guess what happens in the original
Lofty,
trilogy?
what amazes me is you tell me you don't want to be called a fake fan, and then you keep trying to pull the shit. Did you read the books? Did you read the? I don't think you read the books.
Wait, Crow. Why would I be a
going to
fake
take
fan
a
if I read the
fucking
books?
Tolkien book the next time I see you and literally cram it up your fucking ass, dude.
Crow, why would I be a fake fan if I actually
Lofty,
read the books?
I don't care is what I said from the beginning.
So you're calling me a fake fan and you haven't read the books, and I have read the books, and I am the fake fan?
This is literally what I said.
Happening?
Yes, I literally said that I didn't read the fucking books.
Crow,
that's what you fucking took away from that.
Crow, can you let me talk?
Obviously, yes. Obviously, I want you to keep
for
fucking
about
talking.
a minute straight. Can you let me talk without interruption for a straight minute? Okay. Here's what happens in the books. The Bilbo Baggins. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Frodo Baggins comes into contact with the Riders of Rohan. And he is like, he's basically like, oh, fuck. It's men. And they're like, oh, it's hobbits. And he's like, wait, how do you know hobbits are? And what they say is that, well, we have tales of the hobbits. We have these interesting legends that we tell our children about the hobbits. And what they're talking about in the book is the ancient ancestors that before they crossed the Misty Mountains, they were very skittish and they were hiding and they were very like exactly how they are depicted in the show is exactly how they are depicted in the books. They don't come out in view of men. They hide. They are like very skittish. It's exactly the same as the show. Okay. It's literally from the canon of the books. And what happens, the Harfoots are the first of the Hobbit. There's the Harfoots, there's the Fallowhides, and there's like another race of hobbits. The Harfoots are the first to cross the Misty Mountains. Okay. If that's what they're doing in this show, it literally does not contradict the lore in any way. Okay. So why are you so aggressively upset about me telling you that is canon? Like, what the fuck is your
following
problem?
the lore?
Yeah, what the fuck is your problem?
No. I'm sorry. Is the show following all of Tolkien's lore, or are they changing the lore?
You're changing the subject. I'm talking about.
I'm literally not. I'm asking you a very direct question. It's very simple.
No, the show is changing much of the lore, but
there you go.
It is keeping much of the lore.
Well, there you go.
With the books. It's not.
Yes, like Galadriel having a child, right? That's consistent with the lore.
It's not changing everything about the books. It's changing some of it.
So
some of it is very consistent with the books.
So then, what
are
you're
you
saying
willing
is,
to admit that that is correct?
What, that some of it's consistent with the books?
Yes.
Yeah. No shit.
Okay, then why are we like? What is the argument?
You asked me what I thought about the Harfoots. I said that I find them annoying and fucking pointless.
But why specifically?
I already said, dude.
You did not.
Okay. There are too many characters within these first 2 episodes. You need to shorten it up. If I had to take out characters from this show to make it a cleaner story, I would remove the fucking Harfoots. I would remove Galadriel, but she has to be there since she's the main fucking character. This is a criticism of the show.
I don't know. I don't think the Harfoots...
Yes, I'm sorry. Like, I get what you're saying. Look, here's the thing. Every single character that's presented in this show, good or bad, there is potential and that there is plenty that you can fucking do with. But at the end of the day, how they're being presented right now, and because there are too many of them, yes, the Harfoots are especially fucking annoying. I'm sorry. That is my personal opinion. I wish they weren't fucking there.
Well,
that's what I've been saying.
That's fine because you're coming from the perspective. That's now you're coming from the perspective of somebody who has not read the books, who is not familiar with the canon.
Okay.
So I understand what you're saying, but from my perspective, I kind of appreciate what they're doing with the Harfoots, because I don't know, something I do appreciate what Tolkien had set up with what the hobbits in terms of the Third Age.
Yeah.
Now, if they stick to exactly what I just described, which is the Harfoots crossing the Misty Mountains, it will be completely, it will be perfect. But if the
Lofti, this is what I said. This show is way more enjoyable. Way more enjoyable if you're really deep into the lore. Like what were you talking about? The spiders, right? Yep. The webs on the trees. It's a nice little nod if you know about the original story. If you have no concept for any of this stuff, though, if you have no idea what happens with the Harfoots, oh my God, it's annoying as shit. I'm coming at this from the perspective of somebody who's a normie or came in off of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Because already, this show you cannot put out there and say that Tolkien fans are going to love it, because the Tolkien diehards who would know all of this shit, the overwhelming majority of them are pissing and moaning about it. So it's really the normie.
Why are they moaning about the hobbits?
I'm like, Lofty, I'm saying this show is literally not for the fucking Tolkien people. They're bitching about it.
But I actually don't agree.
It's a show for you.
I think it's a good blend. No,
you love
no,
Tolkien.
no,
you love
no,
Tolkien.
no,
you don't.
No,
you don't love Tolkien.
It's not a show.
You don't love Tolkien.
No, I think it's a good blend of the two. That's my opinion. Now, why are the hobbits not a good? What don't you like about the hobbits specifically?
You keep asking me the same thing over and over. I find them.
You think there's too many characters, so you think they should just go away?
Oh my God! Yes. Oh my God! Yes.
Okay, but like,
go away and come back when they're actually important to the story, or just. But
do you know whether or not they will be important to the story?
Or just diminish their role so that they're not as relevant in the fucking show right now because it's bloated.
Wait, I have a question.
Yes.
What if they become somewhat important to the story at some point? Would that be a problem?
No, it wouldn't be. In fact, if anything, I expect every single character that they are spending time on to be important to the story. Otherwise, it's an even bigger problem, Lofty. That means they just literally wasted everybody's fucking time on nothing.
That would be a big problem. I agree.
Yeah, 100%. But it doesn't excuse in the first 2 episodes what's being presented right now for people who are watching it. This is a fault. I mean, it's not a positive. And I understand what you were saying. I get what you're saying. Eventually, the Harfoots, and this is all going to tie back into Tolkien. But watching those first 2 episodes, man, it's fucking pointless. They are a fucking drag on the show.
What do you think? Wait a minute. Nori discovered the stranger. Okay, you can't ignore that.
Literally, you could have anybody else discover the fucking stranger.
But isn't it an interesting dynamic that?
No, it's really not.
Hobbit.
It's absolutely not.
The stranger.
No, it's not. It's really not.
I think it's great. I disagree. I think Nori's chemistry with the stranger is very interesting. She is the most aloof, confused, uncultured person of all of Arda, right? She discovering the stranger is a very interesting situation because the stranger is the most confusing. What the hell? What the fuck is he? And the fact that he is discovered by the most insignificant person on the fucking planet.
Oh my God.
Is kind of interesting.
God. You just said that she's fucking insignificant. I don't even know what to say here.
Is Bilbo Baggins not insignificant? Is Frodo Baggins not insignificant? The hobbits were supposed to be insignificant until Gandalf decided that they weren't, right? So what you're talking about is like, I don't know. I think you're kind of ignoring.
Okay. No. The problem is, this is why I didn't want to run back to the books, because I can slam
because you're not a fan. Yeah, we can't do the book thing because you're not a book enthusiast.
Oh
so
my
we
God,
have to talk about it from the perspective of like somebody who's watching.
No, Lofty, the reason why I didn't want to fucking do this shit with the books is because I watched you on Flashcast, and it got really fucking annoying anytime somebody, and not just you, would run to the books as a defense and then ignore the books when it wasn't convenient for them. It's very fucking annoying to sit there and watch that. So all I want to do here is talk about the show as it's presented. Okay?
Yeah.
Because I can always run back to the books and say, but this was done so much better in the books, Lofty, right? And you go, yes, it was, but I mean, that would be a pointless conversation. It would be a really pointless conversation, yeah? I have to go from the perspective of, is this a good show for like,
Dude.
You know, somebody jumping into it, or somebody who only has the trilogy as a reference, because I think that that's going to be the overwhelming majority of people.
If you want to talk about it from the perspective of like no book knowledge whatsoever, that is perfectly fine. I get it.
So,
but
as
I think
the first 2 episodes are presented to and your average viewer of this show, the first episode is awful. I mean, it's better if you understand the lore and you understand what's going on. Otherwise, it is awful. It's a
that
very
is
bad way to open the
completely,
show.
by the way, the opposite of what a lot of people are saying. If you understand the lore, it's worse.
I disagree, because if you understand the lore,
wait a minute.
Happening.
You disagree?
I think that
you don't think people are upset about the changes to the lore?
Oh, I think that they're completely furious about the change to lore. What I mean
then you literally just contradicted exactly what you just said.
Lofty, no, I didn't.
Crow, you cannot say one thing and then completely contradict it the following
I
can
5
if
seconds. You shut up and let me finish speaking.
Crow, holy fucking shit.
Oh my God.
Can we go back to what you just said? You just said that the show is good for people who like the lore, but not good for people who don't like the lore. Now, 5 seconds later, you were saying it's not good for people who like the lore.
The introduction. I'm saying
what are you saying? What are you actually saying?
To the show is messy, and if you have no context for what is supposed to be happening there, it is awful. Yes, it is awful.
Wait,
because
I agree. Wait, are you talking about the prologue?
I'm talking about the prologue. The prologue.
Yes, I agree. The
very
prologue
fucking messy.
Is confusing.
Yes, So Lofty, what I mean is, I watched it with my wife. Okay,
the prologue is confusing. It's true. That's true.
What I mean is, I watched it with my wife. My wife has no understanding for any of this stuff. When she watched it, completely fucking confused what was going on. I had to pause it and explain it to her. That's what I'm referring to. If you have some context for the lore, you can at least understand the prologue. If you don't, the prologue is deeply fucking confusing.
Can we get past the fact that the prologue was confusing? Because I agree and you agree. Here's what's interesting.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Wait, you saw the trilogy, right? You saw the whole trilogy.
Yes.
Don't you think most people, like that have seen it? Like, do you know anyone who's like has no idea what the fucking Lord of the Rings is? Like, have you ever been hey,
wife,
do you like the Lord of the Rings? And the other person's like, what is that?
My wife and her entire family.
She doesn't know what the Lord of the Rings is.
She doesn't like this fantasy stuff at all whatsoever.
Okay. That is extremely rare. Mostly women, by the way. But I will admit, it is a lot of women don't know what the fuck that is. I don't care.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I guess, and to be clear, a lot of the perspective I had when I was watching that show was my wife's reactions to everything, and that's where I'm looking at this as somebody who's jumping into the show.
You should not do that. You should do it from your own perspective.
Well, I don't like the show. I'm trying to like just take this from somebody who has very little understanding and is jumping in, and I think it's an
Guess
awful
what?
show
I don't
for
care about
something like
any of those people. You know why? Because this show was made for people who have seen the films and who have read the books. That's why. You know why? Because they included Galadriel, they included Elrond, and they included a fuck ton of content from the original canon that you don't even understand. Like, there's so much content from the original canon that the people normies who have not read it have no idea. Like, they have no clue. There's so much content from the original canon. But I could talk about all that. But my what I want to talk about is you have seen the trilogy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you not interested in how... Wait, do you like the trilogy?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your... Like, do you really like them, or are they just kind of like meh?
No, I really like the trilogy. I hate the Hobbit films.
Okay, but do you like the lore behind the trilogy? Like like all of the shit that happens? Like with Mordor, with Sauron, with Frodo and everything?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
if I had to go back and watch them all right now, I think the only one that I didn't like was the middle film.
That's totally fine, because the middle
Yeah.
film is the worst. But
yeah, it just that one to me,
it drags on a little bit,
the
and
pacing in it is
Yeah.
weird.
bad
And
pacing. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. But my point is, are you kind of interested in how Sauron basically... Okay, you saw the prologue in the original trilogy. Isn't it kind of interesting to you? I'm saying kind of is like a facetious kind of like pretentious kind of way of saying it, but like,
Well,
isn't it
I-
like
I'm gonna
super
say yes.
super duper hyper fucking ultra interesting
Lofty,
about the story of
everything-
Sauron and the rings?
Well, 100%. The Forging of the Rings, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because I think that's
So-
what they're going to be doing in the show.
Okay,
There,
so-
but hold on.
So why are you
That-
not?
Be-
Why
because
are you not
Lofty,
interested in the show?
because Lofty, it's interesting and it's already been told, right? So
No.
hold on. It's interesting. It's already been told. If they're going to present it in like media, and I'm going to watch it in the show, right? And they're going to go into all of the fucking backstory, everything. Yeah, of course it'd be interesting to see it all happen and how they get there. My problem is I'm rating the show based on the first 2 episodes I've seen. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm not basing it on the potential for the show. Okay? Because look, the fact of the matter is it's based on Tolkien's work, right? Of course, there's potential there. Like that's not even within question.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes, obviously there's potential.
Yeah, no,
That's kind of-
100%.
That's kind of why I'm confused, because a lot of people seem to be tuning out after 2 episodes, and I'm like, wait a minute,
Well,
this is a
this
5-season long show, and we're gonna get to wait, you guys haven't even witnessed Sauron? You haven't witnessed any of the Forging of the Rings? There's no Last Alliance? There's no Balrog? Like, okay, what? That's kind of why I'm confused. Like, why are people giving up now? Is it because... Like, is it artificial,
Because the
or is
first
it
2 episodes
legitimate?
weren't engaging for them. This is what I'm trying to tell you, dude. Like the first 2 episodes.
What
you
about
need to
episode
hook
3 and
in
4?
your viewers?
What about episode 3 and 4? Like what if it's engaging?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Then then my rating for the show would go up. I'd rather
Okay,
rate it by like episode to episode because again, the second
then why are you
episode
not-
is the hold on, Lofty.
Okay.
The second episode is an improvement from the first episode.
Okay, then why is episode 3 not in consideration?
Episode 3, here, let me just say this on the record for everybody. Episode 3 could potentially be the best thing to ever be put onto television. But it's not here yet. So like
Are you gonna watch
it
it?
But it could also be the worst thing to be put onto television.
But you're gonna watch it, right?
I won't watch it with my wife, and I won't do it when we watch TV together for fun. I'll probably watch it to see what fucking happens and talk about it for content.
So at least you're gonna watch it. Like
Well, I believe in giving things a chance. I think that you should watch the first 3 episodes of anything to really decide if it's going to be objectively correct or not.
Here's my problem.
Yeah.
People, this is a 5-season long show.
Yeah.
My only problem, if you continue to watch the show, I think that you're based and you're awesome. Like, I've watched all of Halo, even though I hated the fuck out of it.
Oh God,
But the reason why I watched
that I can't even imagine.
The reason why I watched all of Halo was because I wasn't sure whether or not, like, I wasn't sure how they would end the season, and I was like, you know, as a Halo fan, as a Halo lore fan, I was like, where's this gonna go? And it just kept getting worse. And like, I was like, now I have a legitimate, because I watched it, my opinion about the show is valid. Now, if people watch the first 2 episodes of a 5-season long Lord of the Rings of Power show, and if they stop watching the fucking show, and I'm just like, oh, you hated the first 2 episodes, but guess what? The first 2 episodes were like very vague setup of like every character. Every character had like a 10-minute long character. Like, you can't, like, you're not giving it enough time.
No,
this show is 5 years long.
I'm not rating the entire season of episode.
I know, but people are jumping to the conclusion. No, people are literally jumping to the conclusion that
you
this
gave
is
it
like
an
the
8.
worst show of all time.
But now, you gave it an 8. Like,
no,
can't, like,
that's not what I'm saying.
But okay, but actually, Lofty, here's kind of my problem, right? The entire time hold on.
I didn't give it a 10.
I just want to make one point though. The most exciting things that you've told me about this show are things that you believe they're going to be doing.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, if those are why you think the show is great,
I disagree.
Okay. Sorry.
I haven't been able to talk about this very much because
go ahead.
The reason why I think the show itself is like really, really good is because I would say the vast majority of my like interest or like obsession with the show is the world building and the cinematography and the sets and the locations. Now, you could say that I'm okay. A lot of people have a problem with the critics, right? Who came out when they were like, this show is a masterpiece. This show is like, this show is a visual masterpiece. I actually kind of agree. The problem with the first 2 episodes is they don't have a lot of story. So it's very, very, very hard to, in a review, to talk about the story. It's like you almost can't even do it.
I think that you're correct. I think that you're correct. There's okay, but see, this is what I mean, right? Like, I completely agree with you. If somebody turns around based on just watching 2 episodes and says this is the worst fucking TV show to ever be made, yeah, okay, that is hyperbolic nonsense.
Yes,
right. But I also don't think that this show, based on everything we talked about, only off of these 2 episodes is capable of being an 8 out of 10. Potentially, potentially the entire season could be an 8 out of 10, but the start for the show is really rocky. That's what I mean about it being just average. It's a really rocky start. There's a ton of potential there. I don't think all of the actors suck or are hamming it in. I do think Galadriel is a major problem within the show.
That's fine.
But I think Elrond and I think Durin and even Disa, I think when you see Durin and Elrond interacting with each other, I think that's going to be crazy good.
I agree. What about the stranger?
I'm hesitant because typically because I have no fucking idea what they're doing with that character.
Well, isn't that kind of interesting? Now, I don't want you to feel pressured.
Yes and no. Okay. Because look, when it's a mystery, bro, it's how I felt about Force Awakens, kind of. Like, who is Snoke? It could be something amazing. It could be something awful, or they could just completely fucking foobar it.
You're right.
This is why I don't try to get like super hyped up and excited for a mystery. Like, I want to see where it goes, sure. But I'm not kidding, if I sit through episode 3 and it's a Harfoot adventure and it cuts away to Galadriel being a smug bitch, I just like it's.
I get it.
You know what I mean?
But-
like I might
the problem.
skip through all of that just to see who the stranger is. Like that's how.
No, here's what I was trying to say. Now, my brother really likes the show, and I was talking to him. I was like, I don't know. He's a little bit more optimistic about where it's going to go than I am. And I was like, I was trying to talk that we were kind of having an argument. I was like, this show could fall apart very quickly. And how it could fall apart is essentially with the stranger and with, oh my God. So I'm trying to remember what I was saying with him. But basically the stranger is kind of like the tether to whether or not the show is going to be Tolkien consistent or it's going to destroy. Now we're talking about lore again, so I don't know. Maybe I should just not even talk about this.
Well, I think it's fine to reference to lore if it's a reference point of like this is why you think it's going to be
because Gandalf, because if it's Gandalf, then it's a problem. Because
like I this is what I mean, because I heard that like some people saying they think it could be Gandalf, and I'm like I don't see how that's there's just Dude, that's not possible.
Here's the thing. I don't have a problem with the actor because I think if it is Gandalf, for example, I think the way they are portraying that character is actually pretty cool in terms of like it being a wizard. I think it's like very like, especially like all the hints that they gave you. And I don't think he's terrible. I think his presence is actually kind of like epic. My only problem with it being Gandalf is the connection to the actual lore. And if you don't know the lore, then my criticism doesn't matter to you. Like you should like exactly. This is what I have a problem with a lot of people that follow. Okay. I am
Lofty, honestly, and
I don't want to be I don't want to be controversial.
I don't want you to be controversial, and I'll say something that this is why I think that the whole thing went like completely off the rails. I genuinely think that what they presented so far with the first 2 episodes, especially because of Elrond, Disa, and Durin in the second episode, it's average, right? And average doesn't mean bad. Average means like, well, see where the story is going. It could be better.
I don't think the Elrond and Durin is average. I think it's above. It's
well above. No. I'm saying that counteracts all the negatives so far. Like that scene, I've already said. Like I think that's phenomenal. Okay. I think that's very Tolkien. I think that's like it shows that they understand the characters. It shows that they understand the worlds and these relationships. I feel that way about
what I'm confused about. What I'm a little bit confused about is people like Gary Nerdrotic, and people like I guess Shadiversity, or like you could say like I debated Shad over the weekend.
Lofty, if you gave the show a rating based on the first 2 episodes that wasn't an 8.5, which is a near perfect, I don't think people would have come at you with a fucking knife. Like
no. I'm talking.
I think that people would have made fun of you, but like 8.5 to me, like if you're saying with the potential of where they're going with everything, that's why you're giving it 8.5.
Yes,
I mean I can understand that.
That's exactly why I'm giving it an 8.5.
But
because
what would you actually
how crazy
rate
it is
episode 1 and episode 2 just by themselves? Like I'm not talking about like a whole thing.
I really like the mystery that they're setting up. I don't know who the stranger is. I don't know what Galadriel is going to do because she never went to Numenor in the books. I also don't know what the hell. I actually don't know anything about Elrond and Durin's relationship, because that's not fleshed out in the books. So a lot of the stuff is very fascinating to me in terms of like what they're going to do with the characters. And I don't have a problem with any of it. So like, I don't know why an 8 out of 10 to me is like such a crazy, like if you were a Tolkien fan and you were like, dude, they're changing so much of the lore, why are you giving 8 out of 10? I would understand your perspective. But if you're like a normie, I don't get it.
I'm not hitting you as like a Tolkien fan. I mean in terms of like the actual episode from start to finish.
Normie, dude, if you're a normie, if you have a problem with Galadriel, that's fine.
No.
That's totally fine.
That's what I'm not trying to get you in a trap or anything. I'm literally saying when you watch the first episode, and you can say, I like the mystery that they're setting up, but like literally watching the first episode and then watching the second episode,
dude, if you're
just as an experience, what would you rate those by themselves? Not together, but like episode 1 has this rating, episode 2 has that rating.
I will say with the Multiverse of Madness, I did the same exact thing. Here's what I did. I saw it in theaters. I came out of the movie, and 5 minutes later on Twitter, I gave it an 8 out of 10. And I was like, this movie's really good. I had no idea. Dude, I had no clue that so many people did not like the movie. I did not even know. It was totally my perspective from coming right out of the movie theater. So I think you guys think that I like are like that I'm being like a contrarian or something when I'm literally not. Like I watch the show and I go, okay, is that bad or is it good? Like when I watched She-Hulk, I was like, that's a horrible show. I said the same thing about Obi-Wan Kenobi. Like, dude, I was way more harsh about Obi-Wan than most people. I was way more harsh about Death Note. Dude, my Death Note Twitter thread went viral. It had thousands. Dude, it had thousands and thousands of retweets.
No, like I just the thing is, and the reason why I wanted to really talk to you is
I'm not a contrarian.
I'm not calling you contrarian. I genuinely
like the show. Okay,
I'm not calling you contrarian. The reason why I was asking you, like, what would you rate each episode just based on your experience watching it?
Yep,
is
I think the visuals were absolutely fucking stunning, on par with Dune, on par with literally anything that we've seen in the past 10 years. I think the story is a very mysterious, interesting kind of progression. I think there's some problems with it, which is why I give it an 8 out of 10 as opposed to like a 9 or a 10. I like every actor. I think every single actor in the show is good. Galadriel might be like the most boring actor, but she's kind of given like a very difficult script.
I think she is fucked in the sense that this is how they're writing her character.
They're writing her character as a very
unlikable woman.
No,
very
unlikable. It's not unlikable.
She is very unlikable.
It's that she is confident in everything about her character, except she's wrong. Her character is actually wrong about some things. It's a very complex character. I actually think
I think
the show is doing a good job. No, I think the show is doing a very good job. Because
I disagree on Galadriel only because when we talked earlier about the revenge angle, I don't think that making her like, some of it's flawed, but some of it's good. I don't think that that's how you tell a revenge story.
They are rushing into it. I agree. They're rushing into it.
Revenge is never something that should be portrayed. Like to me, especially, and you can tell me if I'm wrong here because I've been smoking weed the entire time, and you are way more knowledgeable on Tolkien than me. But from what I understand, okay.
Yep.
The idea of telling a revenge story that is positive in any way isn't something that you'd really like. It's not like it doesn't feel right in this world. And that's why I was saying that
you're right.
you could do the confident Supergirl boss thing, but like I think that had you taken the revenge aspect out of that and you made it about somebody who's literally obsessed with her family being taken away from her again, that would be something that's just much better, right? The revenge story that we have here, though, the problems I have with it are you have almost zero emotional connection to seeing that brother die, because they don't even show it to you. He's alive one moment giving the speech about the stone and the boat, and then the next moment he's dead on a plateau.
Okay. Can I just say that I kind of agree with what you're saying, but I want everybody right now, whether you've read the books, whether you've not read the books, whether you've watched the films, or whether you're a completely like new viewer to Lord of the Rings, you guys don't understand how difficult it is to adapt what Tolkien wrote to a cinematic like experience. Like, it is so difficult. I probably would like literally kill. I probably would jump off a bridge if I was given the responsibility to do this.
Well,
because
we're talking about a theme, though, not like
no. But what I'm talking about is like you're nitpicking Galadriel, and it's like you're kind of right, but you're kind of wrong, and you're kind of like, it's so hard to like get everything exactly right. And it's
I'll say this: the problem with the complaint about Galadriel right now is you need to see at least another couple of episodes to see where they're actually going with the character, because you're right. If they make her entire revenge quest a net negative, right? Completely. Yes. I will say this though. I don't see how you do that, because at the end of the day, she is right. Sauron is out there. He's going to come back. She's not wrong.
No, she is right in the show, and she's also right in the canon of Tolkien. She specifically is the one who wait. This is important. This is very important. She specifically rejects Sauron as an emissary of like goodwill in the books. She is skeptical of Sauron when he's trying to infiltrate the elves. She is the only one, right? Mm-hmm. Sauron goes to the west, to Lindon, and is rejected. Then he goes back to he goes to the west. I think it's exactly where Celebrimbor is in the books in the show, but Celebrimbor is accepting of Sauron, and Galadriel is not accepting of Sauron. Mm-hmm. And she has this kind of intuition about Sauron, right? I think what they're doing with her character in the show is echoing. I gotta pull up like a map of echoing that sentiment. It's very reminiscent of how she behaves in the books. The only problem is they invented her revenge story. That is a complete invention. Okay. Yeah. In the books, she doesn't go on a revenge, like vengeance, like Kill Bill style, like crazy epic tale against like Sauron. That is not what happens in the books. That is an invention for the show. Now, I'm trying to figure out I'm trying to balance the fact that like I like the visuals of the show, I like the direction of the show, with the character arc of Galadriel. And I think it's too early to say whether or not she is like they're destroying her character. I think it's way too early. We only saw 2 episodes of the show.
No, I think a lot of people are speculating based on other media that this is where they're going with the character, and I just I don't. I'm 50-50 with you on that, because I agree. I think it's too early to completely dismiss everything here because there is the potential to turn things around. But also, what we've seen so far really does seem to be that girl boss bullshit, and the way they're talking about the character and the way the actress is talking about the character, it doesn't really inspire confidence that they will be turning it around. They even see a problem the way that people watching it see it as a problem. That's where my mentality is with it. I'm more on the concept of what I've seen so far. It wasn't as promising for me. Like I agree with you in terms of cinematography and music. I love all that stuff. It's beautiful to me. But
so
what?
So somebody in the chat said, well, actually it's my brother, but
what's up?
Kind of right. He says it's not her duty to protect. Wait, so he says, I've never felt that she wants revenge. She really feels it's her duty to finish her brother's noble mission before the better of the realm. It's now her duty to protect the realm, not revenge. There is a complicated. Okay, there is a duality happening here because partially I disagree because she was willing to sacrifice the lives.
That's what I was gonna say. She's willing to kill others.
She was legitimately. That's why Gil Galad was like, "Get the fuck to Valinor." Like that's why, like people who are like, "Oh, Gil Galad's not the exact line how he was in the books." Like, there's no reason for him to send her to Valinor. I kind of like. I'm okay with it in the show
because Galadriel is
he's
not
actually
like she
right
is in the fucking shit in the books.
But, yeah, exactly. Now, I will say he is right about her duty to protect the realm because she is fucking right about Sauron. So,
yeah,
that's why the show, dude, that is why the show has potential because it is setting up a very, very, very dramatic duality of like who is right, who is wrong, who's going to die, who's not going to die.
I think you're way reading into that. I think you're way reading into that.
Dude, do you think like 6 weeks from now, I'm not going to be right about that shit?
No,
dude, there's going to be some crazy fucking scenes in the show. Characters are going to die. There's going to be crazy shit happening.
I think that there's a couple problems with it. The first is her goal is revenge for her brother, right? Whenever she gets that revenge, or whenever she starts to, work her way towards it, there is almost no attachment to her desire to do any of this. Like, I'm just saying, like, it's so poorly done at the start that whenever it starts getting kicked up, it's like, I just don't think people are going to be as engaged with her. Like, the thing about it, like, you want people, like, here's the thing about revenge stories, right? And the best ones are revenge stories where 50-50, like, you want the character to get their fucking revenge because they deserve it, and the person who did it deserves to die. But the other part of you is like, you want them to stop because you can see it's destroying them. Those are like the best revenge stories.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I like the show.
Well, but with her though, like, you're missing part of that. And this is what I mean. Like, she feels that way about her brother, right? She feels that way about her brother. Nobody watching that is going to be like, he took your brother, kill him. Because, like, you don't fucking care. That's my problem. You need to establish, like, this is a core element of that's just not there.
I do agree. That I'm telling you, that is why I dropped my rating in the show. Because I honestly think you have to understand. You have to understand. I actually think the quality and the production quality and the presentation of the show is on par with the original trilogy and on par with anything I've ever seen. I think it's unfucking believably epic how they filmed this show. Like, it blows my mind. I don't know how, like, I watched it 3 times Like, I literally watched the second episode 3 times. I think it's phenomenal cinematography, production design. It's like, how the fuck did they do this shit? Now,
okay, Lofty, I'm
the
going to give you a
reason why
comparison. I'm going to give you a comparison. You're going to fucking hate it, but just hear me out on the entire reason why I'm saying it.
Yeah.
I like good visuals and I like things to look pretty,
Dude.
but and you're going to hate this comparison, but it's only a comparison of this looks pretty, but the story is ass. Sword Art Online. It looks very pretty. It's well animated, but
That's
the
fine.
story is ass to me. So it's like I can turn my brain off
but dude,
and
can
watch
you
the pretty
imagine?
visuals, but
Dude.
that's but hold on. My problem is Lord of the Rings. This is not the type of no. Hold on. My point is this is not the type of content where I can just shut my brain off and appreciate the pretty visuals.
I'm already lost. I'm already lost. Because if you're comparing it to anime, I've never watched 2 episodes of an anime and then like judged the anime. That is crazy to me.
No, you're right. You're right. No, you're 100% correct. You're 100% correct.
I think you need to give the show. I think you should probably give it at least half a season to like.
I don't know. I do not think that you make people watch something for half a season if the first 2 episodes are already unappealing. If the next episode is unappealing, if the 4th episode is unappealing, you know what I mean? I mean, to give like a review for the entire show as a whole, but in terms of keeping people engaged and watching, like you're not going to get people to watch half a season.
Yeah, just personally, I have to watch like the whole season.
Yeah, Sword Art is awful. I agree. But actually, to defend that show, the first episode probably has the best hook of any fucking anime.
Hey, that's fine.
Everything from there is fucking awful.
Good,
but like
good for them.
Yeah.
But like
I think
a show like no, dude. I think a show like, have you seen Man in Abyss?
Yes, I have.
The whole thing. Are you caught up?
I only 1 season, so if there's a second one, then no.
All right, I think that's an example of a show basically escalating quality to the end of the show. Like, it just gets better and better and better and better as the show goes on. I think Vinland Saga is another good example.
Oh, I think Vinland Saga starts off hard as fuck and just keeps going.
No, I agree, but it does get better with character development, right?
Yeah. It blew my mind when they finished the prologue in the manga, and it's like end of prologue at chapter 100, and I'm like, holy fuck, what?
So, yeah, and like, yeah. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to prevent people from saying, here's what I hate. This is I think these people, I like, if they say shit on Twitter, I will like comment on them. I will tell them they're retarded. I will legit tell them they're fucking retarded.
Yeah.
If you are comparing the first 2 episodes of Rings of Power to the entire Fellowship of the Ring movie, you are stupid. You are low IQ. You can fuck off, because you know why? Because you're comparing a 9-hour-long saga to a 50-hour-long saga. And
Okay,
you are objectively fucking stupid for comparing the two.
You want me to ruin your entire thing right now?
No, you legitimately, if you want to be honest with yourself, if you want to be like a legitimate, like, okay, let the story breathe, let it tell its story beats, let the characters have development. Like, if you want to actually be a critic of the show, like, instead of like a culture warrior or some kind of like dumbass, you have to let the show breathe. You got to give it 6-7 episodes at least to develop a storyline, because literally the first 3 hours of Lord of the Rings, the first film wraps an entire arc. Okay. if you watch Breaking Bad, right? There is
Yeah.
no arc. There is zero arc in the first 3 episodes. If you watch Peaky Blinders, there is zero arc in the first 3 episodes. If you watch Game of Thrones,
Is that any
wait.
good? Oh,
If you
sorry.
watch Game of Thrones,
Okay.
the first 3 episodes, it does not even come close to comparing to the Lord of the Rings film, The Fellowship of the Ring. It doesn't even it's not even a comparison.
Yeah,
So you have to be
Lofti.
honest. Wait, you have to be honest about what you are comparing. You have to give the shows time to breathe. You can't say 2 episodes is the definitive. Like, you have to wrap the arc in 2 episodes. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, you don't.
I don't think that, like, my issue with you
Wait,
saying that.
Do you agree? Do you agree that 2 episodes is
I've already
introduction?
I've already agreed with you on this like multiple times.
Okay.
But my thing is, if you say, well, it's objectively retired, like, what if I just said, just take the first hour and compare it to the first 2 episodes, give them the whole 2 episodes, just compare it to the first hour in the fucking Shire in Lord of the Rings, and like, again, the hour in the Shire is fantastic.
Nope.
To me, it is
nothing.
Like,
literally nothing happens.
but it's fun to watch. Like, I'm sorry, like, it's engaging.
That is fine. But you were talking about plot progress, right?
Well, yes, I think
you're not talking about characters. You're not talking about like hobbits versus elves.
No, I'm talking about entertainment value. Look, at the end of the day,
well, that
yes,
is completely subjective.
Well, here's my problem. Okay. Yes, House of Dragons is
the only
slow
way
as
to compare
shit.
the two is
yes, the first
progress.
hour of yes, House of Dragons is slow as shit. Right?
It's so fucking slow.
I
would
so
almost.
It's
we're
slower.
Dude, we're 3 episodes in. Almost nothing happened. Literally nothing has happened.
But objectively.
Yes. Wait. Guess what's happened? Very, 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 very good acting
and
very good writing, very good.
And House of Dragons is being watched more and is being praised far more than Rings of Power is, right?
That's fine.
So what I mean is, yes, it doesn't need to be just plot progression, but if you don't have plot progression, then you really need your characters to be engaging.
Well, I think Durin and Elrond are very engaging.
I agree with you, but the problem is,
I think Elrond
loaded
and Galadriel
with extra
are
characters.
Very engaging. Dude,
I don't think Galadriel is. But
I'm sorry. I think Elrond and Galadriel. I think their conversation in Lindon was fascinating. I think it was fascinating. If you actually break it down, if you think about what they were talking about, right? Which is her mental health, her problem with revenge, her issues with her brother, and her essentially she's kind of setting the realm of her Lindon and like her soldiers up for failure. Like, I don't know. There's a lot going on in that scene. I think Elrond is being very wise in what he's saying. And I think Galadriel is being very intuitive. And if you have a wise person and a very intuitive person combating each other, it's a very fascinating conversation. That's how I see it. And like, I don't know if you disagree with me, like, you're welcome to, but
I'm just again, most of the shows that you said, well, if you take the first 2 episodes of any of those shows and you compare it to the first all of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, I think all of the Lord of the Rings trilogy is gonna like fucking curb stomp everything. But if I compare at the first 2 episodes of any of those other shows and I stack them up to watching the first 2 episodes of Rings of Power, I mean, I don't know how to say this other than those other shows I will sit through and like enjoy and not complain.
Okay, can I ask you a question about House of Dragons? Do you have a sense of scope with House of Dragons?
Honestly, I don't. And the thing is, with House of Dragons, I'll be very clear, right? I don't like George R.R. Martin's worldview on everything needing to be fucking just dog shit. So I'm not a big fan of his.
Okay.
I wasn't, I was not
So-
a huge fan of Game of Thrones, just to be clear.
That's fine.
I mean, it was kind of entertaining, the Tyrion Lannister guy, and then when he got cucked, it was kind of just
Okay, but I'm asking you if you have a sense of like epic scope, like where is this show going after 3?
Okay, I've watched only 2. I haven't seen the third one yet.
Really good episode, by the way. But okay,
I did, yeah. But the thing is, I have no idea. Like, I'm so confused on where this fucking thing's going. But
you would admit it's very small, right? It's very small. It's very contained.
It's very. I think the entire show is being driven by the characters and not by the world around them. If that makes sense, I think that,
dude,
like, I'm entertained by watching the characters interact with each other.
No, you have a very good perspective because you've only seen 2 episodes of each show.
Yeah.
So what you're saying about Rings of Power, what I'm interpreting of what you're saying is that essentially it's a very boring show, but the characters are very interesting.
No, I think Elrond, Durin, and Disa were very, very entertaining.
Okay.
The other characters, though,
no, I'm talking about
and
House of Dragons. Sorry.
House of Dragons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, dude. House of Dragons, I have no clue where they're going with that show. Yeah, I know more about what's going on. Right? No, but that's the thing. I like.
Wait. Besides the characters themselves, the story is kind of like nothing's happening.
I don't know what's going on in the story.
Yeah,
you're right.
Okay.
I really don't know where it's going.
Okay, so you do admit that Rings of Power has a much more mysterious and epic scope to the show than House of Dragons. Like, if you just all you have to do is take the stranger.
Yeah.
And then,
I mean,
wait.
Yeah.
Then you have to take, then you go to the Dwarven Realm, right? Which you know that the Dwarven Realm is going to lead to a Balrog, right? Which is crazy as fuck. Then you know that Galadriel is right about Sauron. Then you know that Halbrand is potentially Sauron. Dude, there is so much more mystery and intriguing storylines that are happening in Rings of Power than in House of Dragons. House of Dragons is literally just, it's so narrow in scope that you are forced to rely on the acting and the quality of the writing to basically like enjoy the show. Like, it's so much more tiny and like it's
Lofty.
Crazy how much
Lofty.
more like insignificant
this is only speaking to the praises of what House of Dragons is capable of doing. When it comes back to Rings of Power, though, I've already said I agree with you in terms of the mystery. Yeah, it could be the greatest thing ever. It could also be dog shit. It could also be The Last Jedi, where Snoke gets, killed by a lightsaber cutting him in half.
Right.
Look, I'm just saying, maybe my issue is I come from watching a ton of M. Night Shyamalan twists and everything. I can see potential, sure, right? And I understand that there's a lot in the Tolkien lore that they can still build off of. But my issue with these first 2 episodes, compared to the first 2 episodes of House Dragon, the characters and the writing are not up to par. And I think a lot of that is because you have character bloat. I really feel like if you were able to cut down on either the characters or cut down significantly on their time on screen, you'd be able to focus more on the actual plot lines or focus more on the actual characters, one or the other. But right now, I don't think either is really being given enough attention.
Interesting. Okay. I think you're kind of right, which is why I didn't. Yeah, no, you're right about the show itself being kind of like a what's the word I'm looking for? What's like a good analogy for like a ping pong? Is that a good analogy? Where it's like it goes from like one storyline to another, and it's just like kind of back and forth, and like it's very ping pong esque. Like it's very Game of Thrones. It's exactly what Game of Thrones did.
Yes.
But it was very. But Game of Thrones was very successful.
But Game of Thrones also did it much better.
You are comparing 6 or 7 seasons to 2 episodes.
Well, okay.
So,
well, yes.
Be very careful. Be very
careful. But hold on.
Yeah.
Again, I could take the first 2 episodes of Games of Thrones and not cite these problems the way that I'm doing it in Rings of Power.
I don't know, dude. If you watch the first 2 episodes,
it's been a while. It's been a very long time.
I will
the first
say,
episode of Game of Thrones. Hold on, the first episode of Game of Thrones. I think, if I'm not mistaken, only focused on the what was the family name? The Starks.
The Starks.
Yeah. Okay. And the very end of the episode has probably one of the most shocking scenes where the dude is. Wait.
Yeah.
What? I thought. Wait. Was it the end of the first or the second episode where you see the dude fucking his sister and then he pushes the little boy out the castle?
Oh boy.
That was the first or the second episode.
That was episode. I thought that was episode 2. That could be 1, but I thought the beheading was the ending of the episode 1. Wait, let me check that out.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure the incest scene is like right at the end of the first episode.
What's her name again?
Oh God, I don't. Oh God,
it's Jaime Lannister and Cersei. Okay. Fuck. Okay, hold on.
Yeah. Let's Google which episode did Jaime Lannister fuck Cersei Lannister?
Well, it's interesting because, oh boy,
I like right. Okay, all right. Okay, wait. Game of Thrones episode 1, season 1, episode 1.
There's chat now. Maybe chat now. I'm gonna check chat.
Yeah, chat. What is chat saying?
Oh, they're not. I agree. They don't know.
Okay. At end of it's the very first episode.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a dramatic cliffhanger at the end of the first episode. I agree. Right. But there's also a fucking dramatic cliffhanger at the end of Rings of Power, episode 1.
Oh God, dude!
Wait, dude, there is.
I'm not. I know you're not wrong. I'm just like it's nowhere near as shocking as what they did in Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones' whole thing.
That's fine.
It's not my opinion. Game of Thrones' whole thing was shocking the fuck out of the audience with some of the actions.
I love Game of Thrones, dude. Game of Thrones is my okay.
I don't think Game of Thrones is a fair comparison because Game of Thrones, like I would say that what they were well known for.
Television.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you compare this show to Game of Thrones, I don't think it's an unfair comparison. But Game of Thrones is a master at getting you attached to characters. It's a master at juggling all of these different storylines.
That's why I'm saying the show has potential.
But here's where Game of Thrones did it better. The first episode almost entirely focuses on the Stark family because they're the main characters and doesn't immediately try juggling all the different plot lines. That makes it a cluttered mess. And I think that's if we're gonna go by like the gold standard, I think Game of Thrones is, like you said, god tier, top tier. Like for me, oh my God, once Tyrion Lannister dies, it's just not dies, but just like he kills his father, and then everything from there just is awful. But when you go into the first episode of Rings of Power, the big difference there is Rings of Power almost immediately wants to start juggling these different plot lines, probably to at the end merge them all together. Game of Thrones took that first episode and made you know who you were following, and it shocks the hell out of you. And you like immediately want to follow up with the next episode.
Yeah, that was before. Okay, that was well before you realized that Game of Thrones was all about shock value, right?
Oh God, yeah. No, it is. It is.
Yeah. So
but here's my problem. For 5 seasons, their whole thing was shock value. But for 5 seasons, they kept delivering it.
Oh no, I agree. I love Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
I think it's my top. It's probably in my top 5 favorite shows ever. And when I say that, what like legitimately, I think Breaking Bad is the greatest show ever made. I think Peaky Blinders is probably in my top 3 because I think it's fucking genius in terms of the writing and the character arc of Tommy Shelby. Wait, have you seen that show?
No, I haven't seen Peaky Blinders.
Holy shit!
I tried asking if it was good, and you're like, no. You shut me up because you were going on a rant.
Dude, Peaky Blinders might be better than Game of Thrones. I am like, oh no, it might even be better than Breaking Bad. Dude,
wow.
I am dead serious. Dude,
it's on Netflix,
have
right?
No idea. Yes, it is a Netflix show. Well, originally it was on FX. But
yeah,
wait,
but now it's on Netflix.
Chat. Has anybody seen Peaky Blinders? And what are your thoughts? I guarantee you everybody likes it. Dude, it is the best show possibly ever made. Like I'm not even exaggerating.
I'll give it a watch because if you're saying it's on the level of Game of Thrones and you have Breaking Bad, then yeah.
The only reason why I'm saying that is because of Cillian Murphy, which is he's the lead character in the show, right? The only reason why I'm comparing it to Game of Thrones is because his character arc is on par, if not better, than Walter White's character arc. Like,
oh wow.
Like Game of Thrones might be a better show in general, but Cillian Murphy's character is like, oh my God, it is so crazy. Like, I don't want to hype it up too much, but like, you have no idea like what he goes through. It's crazy, dude. It's so crazy. But you know what? I'm not seeing any chat. Hold on. Yeah. So my brother thinks Breaking Bad's better. Yeah, I actually think Breaking Bad is my favorite show.
But I that's the one that's set in like what, the late 1800s, early 1900s?
Yes.
Okay. I'll give it a watch. I mean, I've seen a couple of clips posted to Twitter.
Yes, please.
And it looks really good.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, he probably doesn't like that.
No, we both like the show. He just likes Breaking Bad better.
Well, anyways, like I agree in the sense that it can obviously get better, right? Anyone who thinks you have, the whole like, oh, we're gonna have 5 seasons. I don't put much stock into statements like that, but you have a whole season at least that's going to be dropping, and what you saw in the second episode. Obviously, there are redeemable qualities that I don't think people really paid attention to in the first episode. Okay, because in the second episode, it's absolutely done better. But
I agree.
In terms of juggling all these different plot lines and the Harfoots and everything that we talked about earlier, like when I say take them out of the story right now, I'm not saying that, you know, if the goal is to make the Harfoots an important character, or gosh, because I know it's the one
that would be terrible. No, that would suck.
Before you say anything,
yeah.
What I'm referring to though is I think the first episode would have been so much better if you just focused it more, and then in the next episode, after like you could have you could have had the first episode end with the stranger landing and seeing a fucking Harfoot approaching them. And then the next episode, you could start with the Harfoot.
So I disagree.
I think,
Brawley, there's a
Yeah.
guy in the chat.
he's my best
saying-
friend.
Okay, do you know Brawley Power Maximum?
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine.
Okay, he says, on top of everything, the action is really badly done.
I
and
will
not
play that
realistic.
Galadriel scene.
Now-
because that is ridiculous.
He says, despite the great visuals, which I give him credit for, like, acknowledging the show has great visuals. But I will say this.
I will
guys,
play that fucking
guys,
Galadriel
guys,
scene if you
guys.
defend the action.
No, I don't. I'm not defending the action. I think
Okay.
the troll scene is kind of cringe. But here's the problem. You guys are essentially taking that troll scene and assuming that that is the quality of the entire rest of the show, which I
Okay.
don't. I think that's a terrible.
This is the part
assumption.
where I think that
Can I explain
the
why?
fault. Well,
Because I think that troll
Yeah.
scene was intentionally meant for two reasons. Number one, it was meant to give Galadriel a girl boss moment,
yes.
which is kind of cringe, but a lot of people like that shit. And number two, it was a prologue. It was not at all equivalent to the Fellowship of the Ring troll scene, right? That was the climax of the fucking entire movie. You guys are jumping to massive conclusions. You just are. That was the first 10 minutes of the entire show. And you're like, oh, that wasn't as good as the Fellowship of the Ring troll scene. Duh. Can
Lofty,
you please wait. Can you please give the show some time to actually play out some action sequences? Like besides the prologue? Like, come on, seriously.
You know,
That's how I feel.
here's where I feel like you cannot throw those criticisms at people watching the show. You need to put the blame on the people making the fucking show.
I legitimately think,
And this is why I say this. This is why I say this. The troll fight scene is comical. The sword flip, it's comical. The slash,
I think people are
yes, it
Nope.
is.
Dude,
I'm not saying all the
guys
action
are all
in the
super impatient. You are very impatient.
No,
you want the first hour. Nope. You want the first no, listen. You want the first hour of the show to be on par with the first fucking trilogy film, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy.
No,
you got to give it. Wait, no. You have to give it time. It's a television show, right? I'm not crazy. Like this is how you adapt television. No, look at the first two episodes, dude.
There's a reason why you're wrong here, but it's very simple to understand.
Okay.
If you're comparing,
I just completely disagree.
Fine.
You're expecting way too much, way too soon. It is crazy that you're expecting. Like you guys are expecting the first hour to be on par with Peter Jackson's trilogy. Like. That's crazy.
There's two reasons why people are bringing. There's two different reasons why people are bringing up the scene from the trilogy.
You guys are already done with the show.
Yes,
you're done with the show after 2 episodes. You're done.
Lofty. Here's the thing where I try to be nice about it because I already said you give the show 3 episodes before you tune it off. I've already said all this, so you keep saying, "Oh, you're done. You're done after 2 episodes. You're already done." You
guys are done. Listen,
I've literally said the opposite, Lofty. I literally said the opposite, and I've said it multiple times to you.
You're extremely rare.
I don't
Most
care.
people are done.
We're talking, and you're saying that I'm saying it, and I'm not.
But I'm not talking. But I'm also talking to like people watching the show, right?
But
here's the problem.
But you're misreading why that scene was brought up, and it's for 2 reasons. One, yes, it's kind of like a little ridiculous that the entire fellowship was desperately trying to stop this troll, and Galadriel, really bops it down easily. And I heard what you said on Flashcast where you were like, Well, it's
canon.
it's their own adaptation, and you're willing to accept that the trolls are just substantially weaker now. I'm not going to disagree that it is their own adaptation, but if you watch the trilogy, it kind of there's no way that you wouldn't then look at either of those scenes and just say one of those just doesn't add up. But in terms of the quality of the action, right? The reason why, because I don't think I was the one who posted that original clip, but I did retweet it, I think. It's an action scene from like the early 2000s. I'm not saying that it needs to reach those levels, but like it's just stunning that the first action scene, and again, I think the first episode is super important to draw people in. That's what they presented. I'm not saying that you need to spend 5 minutes in the fight scene. I'm not saying you need to have all your most powerful characters. Galadriel can still be the one to kill the troll. I'm just saying that it's not very appealing to watch.
I agree. It's the weakest part of the entire fucking episode. I agree. It's cringe. The fact that like some of those elves were like getting, it's almost like they were hobbits, right? Like I kind of agree with you. Like that's why I didn't give the show a 10. Like to me, a 10 is like a masterpiece. A 9 is like really good show. An 8 is like it's a good show, but it has some like issues. Like that's kind of where I'm at. So I don't know.
Think that's a 7, honestly.
No, a 7 is like between. Okay, the 7 is like the show has a lot of problems,
average,
but it's well above average at the same time.
I just mean that
I actually don't think it has
based
a lot
on
of
the way you're describing it.
No, I don't think the show has a lot of problems. I think it has some problems, but here's my episode 1, right?
Yeah.
I think the troll scene was a little bit meh. I think the intro, I think the prologue was a little bit cringe.
Well, wait, actually, is the prologue or the troll scene worse? Because I think the visuals in that troll scene are comical.
Dude, the troll scene.
I think the prologue is hard for people to follow.
Yeah,
like
no, that's what I'm saying.
I've heard other people say that, and I watched my wife get really confused, and I had to explain it to her.
Yeah,
so I'm like,
no, I think they do an okay job, but they don't do like a great job.
Well, that's what I said. Like, I think if you understand what's happening there because you've read the books,
I got all of it. I got all.
No,
of it.
and like I said, I had to stop and explain it to my wife. That's why I meant
listen.
like I think it's easy to follow that intro if you understand it. But I think for a lot of people, they just didn't.
Here's why I think a lot of people have a problem with me giving it an 8 out of 10. Because a lot of people have not read the Silmarillion. A lot of people have not read the Unfinished Tales. A lot of people don't know what happened during the prologue. I do, right? So
yeah,
that's part of the reason why I was like, okay, they're glossing over the first age. I get everything that happened. I'm okay with them glossing over the first age. And then normies are coming into the show and they're like,
can you
wait. They're like,
quick, I was going to ask, can you imagine them even attempting to adapt anything in the first stage?
No.
Like, no. Holy shit.
Dude, absolutely not. It would have to be an anime.
Oh my God.
Like, there's no, dude, it would have to be, it would like have to be like Studio Trigger or something. Like, there's no way anybody could adapt.
Studio Bones.
I guess.
Yeah,
but like
they can do that.
There's no way because there is so much like magical, like demonic, angelic, like dude, there's crazy shit happening.
Actually, the reason why I brought that up is I think that an animated something of that would be the coolest thing to see. It's just I don't
agree.
think anyone could possibly do it right.
Dude, we are getting a anime adaptation.
Oh, the Cyberpunk anime.
No.
I saw that too. So there's going to be an anime Lord of the Rings. That sounds kind of funky. Like I need to. That sounds like the Marvel anime series.
No. It's called The War of Rohirrim.
Hold on.
And I'm telling you, this is Warner Brothers. This is going to be a very, very, very good film. Yeah,
I need to find some information on it because I can't even Google that.
Yeah, so just don't jump to conclusions. It could be bad, it could be good, but most likely, they're gonna put a lot of effort into it. I think. Hold on a second. Further Rohirrim is done by. Hold on a second. It's Warner Brothers. It's New Line Cinema who did the original trilogy. Oh shit. Okay. So it's before the trilogy. I'm trying to find the director. Oh fuck. Okay.
Sola Entertainment is going to be animating it.
Okay. So we have the director of this show, by the way, has done Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. That's literally now Blood the Last Vampire. He's done other shit, Wild Arms, Twilight Venom. We don't need to get anywhere.
I'm just taking a look at the people that animated it, and it looks like it's going to be a CGI animation.
Oh, it's going to be interesting.
Most of their projects.
But this dude, this is Kenji Kamiyama, who is an anime director of the most popular Ghost in the Shell OVA. So I have high hopes for it. But
so what is I know we're off topic, but like what's it based on?
So I've only read the trilogy, The Hobbit, and like parts of the Unfinished Tales. Apparently it takes place before the trilogy. It takes place 183 years before the events of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. And it takes place in Rohan, which is where... Do you guys remember the Two Towers with the Helm's Deep battle? Right?
Sorry. Yeah.
So the Helm's Deep battle was the entire Rohirrim, I guess, army putting up a stand, like their last stand against the orcs, so Saruman's army.
Okay.
Now this show takes place like 200 years before that, and it deals with, I believe, the ancestors of like those people.
Hold on, I found the wiki for it. Set 183 years before the events of Lord of the Rings film trilogy, The War of Rohirrim tells the story of Helm Hammerhand, a legendary king of Rohan who must defend against an army of Dundal. I'm fucking
okay. So Helm's Deep, right? Helm's Deep is named after this character. That is interesting to me. I think this could be really cool.
I mean, that would be pretty awesome to see. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. It's going to be an anime movie. Like,
yeah,
there's a lot of
Star Wars. Dude, Star Wars Visions was actually amazing.
Like that was the 8 anime-ish episodes.
Have you seen any of those?
Cool. Yes. I fucking love them.
Like, I would say at least half of them were like amazing.
I just fucking love that style. Like,
I love the whole thing.
I've watched it more than once.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
I love it. I think everybody should watch Star Wars Visions. It's literally the best Star Wars thing that has come out since like the prequels, probably. I guess.
So I mean, as far as this whole thing goes with the show, I'm willing to watch another episode because and here's the thing, I have a 3-episode rule, but had they not given that Durin and Elrond scene,
yes,
had that not been there, like I don't know if I would have cared to watch another episode because there were not any characters so far that I particularly liked.
Okay, that's fair. I know what you're talking about, but episode
I think what happens in episode 3 really seals the deal for me. But like that's kind of how it is for the most part.
Now,
but I just
it's a very important episode. Very important.
I have isn't episode 3 tomorrow?
Yeah, it's
dude.
Okay.
So we're gonna figure this all out.
It literally introduces the entire like point of the entire show, which is Numenor. So the country or whatever you want to call it, the people of Numenor, the island of Numenor, is extremely important in the second age. What they do with Numenor is going to dictate the quality of the rest of the show, in my opinion. Because Numenor is like the Atlantis of like Tolkien's mythology. Like it is so important. Like it is very, 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 very interesting backstory.
Yeah.
And also there's a lot of religious parallels with Numenor. Like I don't think a lot of people know. I don't know. I like if I were you, like if you guys kind of like the show, like if you don't hate the show, if you think Rings of Power is like okay, I would totally recommend watching at least until like the Numenor arc kind of like plays itself out, because that gets very, 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 very interesting. But I don't want to spoil anything. But
no, I see. The thing is, I know where you're coming from.
Yeah.
And that's why I said there is so much. There is so much that they can do, right?
Yep. Yes,
but if I see where you're coming from, where you're like, well, because of that mystery, because I know it has that potential, like I'm excited to see the next episode.
Yeah,
I'm very cautious with that now, because I don't know how many times I've watched a series, and I'm not even talking about like high profile stuff where they're leading up to something and they just kibosh it, and it's fucking yeah. If I had to like really rate these episodes just based on what they showed, and specifically because I feel like the character bloat's a problem, my thing is like 4 out of 5, 5 out of 5, or it's 4 out of 5.
Hey, wait,
4 out of 10, 5 out of 10. And then if the third episode comes in and it's better, then I mean, obviously that score goes up.
Yeah, wait. Can I say something about that? Because I think a lot of here's what I think. I think like normies and people who are like have seen the trilogy should probably if you actually don't like the show, maybe you should wait and like just binge the show when it's like fully released. That's how I recommend it, because if you like the show, then like continue to watch it. But like, I think a binge model might be better for the show than a week-to-week model, because literally they are really taking it slow. Like they are building the world. They are establishing Khazad-dûm. They are establishing the Southlands. They are establishing Galadriel's storyline in Linden.
Well, then if I had to say, this is my thing. The show itself, I think it would do so much better if it was formatted differently. Like, I'm not kidding. I think if they focused more.
Yeah.
Gosh, and the thing is, she's just so unlikable. But I really feel like if they just, God damn.
That's
it's
fine.
just
I
got
get
so many. There's just too many characters to very fucking start with, and
dude,
I feel like it's a neater story if they had slowed that down and gosh, and that's terrible to say too, because if they slowed it down, the show would be even moving even slower. But then maybe you could focus on the characters. Like I just know that when I'm watching it, it's
No, they gave her character a prologue by herself.
Yeah, well, yeah,
no, I'm saying they did that on purpose because they know that it's difficult to connect with her character. So,
but that didn't help.
They did their best. No, I'm saying I don't know.
I don't think they did their best.
I think they tried.
I
think they did try to help you relate to her character, because literally the entire opening of the show is all about Galadriel's like prologue. So like you could say that her character wasn't developed enough, but literally the entire prologue was like literally from her perspective.
Well, so, yeah, I mean, like, that entire prologue includes the scene with the kids and the boat, and
yes, that is part of her perspective. So you could say that it was like not enough, which I kind of agree with. Like,
I'm saying it's bad.
I don't think it's terrible.
I didn't say it's terrible. I didn't say it's terrible. Okay, here's my problem.
Well, bad.
I feel like when we
bad.
Bad to me is just bad. I will say if I think something is dog shit fucking awful, right? And I think that's kind of the problem.
That's like a 0 out of 10 or like a 1 score. You know what I mean? Like if you're gonna like rate the show,
I would honestly say that prologue is such a fucking drag. Like there are so many things where I'm like, if you just tweak these things around, I think that the show could be rated a lot higher, right? Because there's definite potential there, and I do think some of the actors are actually really good. I think that the main actors that I actually complain about would be Galadriel, but that's more than likely the issue of the writers giving her that script, and the Black Harfoot, like that dude is like stage acting, and I hate their fucking Irish accents. It's disrespectful to my people. I was just kidding. Wait, Lofti, where'd you go? Oh gosh. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, I have to go to the bathroom quick, but I totally disagree. Okay, I am obviously. Wait, you don't know my name in real life, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. I have some Irish ancestry, but I don't think they're that insulting. I don't know. I think people are being.
I was joking. I was joking. I was literally joking. It's like 2 a.m. here. I was just having a laugh.
Well, you might be joking, but some people are like being super sensitive about it.
I saw an entire video going into how insulting it was for Irish people.
Those people are fucking babies, dude.
Dude, I was laughing. But look, okay. Here's the thing. I've hung out with like actual Irish.
It's my Irish ancestry. Like, okay, come on. I have Irish ancestry.
I'm not.
Like, I don't give a
kidding
fuck
about it. I'm kidding about it, and I'm not going to make it a serious thing. But like, one thing that's annoying to me about the Harfoots is I really fucking can't stand their accents. Like it's a stage accent, and it's fucking annoying. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, that's not really a complaint about their role in the story. I get you think they're fun. I'm just like, oh my god, it's grating to me when they're talking.
So wait, it's okay when they have a British accent but not an Irish accent. I don't understand. I literally don't get it.
Well, because here's the thing. I'm pretty sure that they actually had authentic British accents when they were talking, and these are not authentic Irish accents, dude. It's just annoying. I'm being upfront about this. Like their characters are just.
So you think their Irish accents are fake?
I'm pretty sure they're fake. I'm pretty sure none of the actors there are Irish. Okay, and the reason why I say that is because in the video I was watching where the guy was like really upset about it.
That's only because other people told you, right?
Well, I mean, like his whole thing was he looked at the actual actors and said they weren't Irish.
Yeah. To me, they sound pretty good. I don't know. That sounds pretty great. It sounds like Irish people.
I don't think it does. I really don't think it does.
I don't know. Something about it. I think it's charming. I think what they're doing.
This is all subjective, by the way. I will 100%
It is very
say
subjective.
this is all subjective. But this is what I mean. Like when normally when you
I think it's charming. I like it.
Well,
I think it's funny.
Normally when you
maybe
have
I'm racist, dude. Maybe I'm a racist. I don't know.
Maybe. Right? Maybe.
Maybe I like their accents. So that means
how do you react? Let me just ask. How do you react to this?
See, I love that shit, but I guess I'm a racist.
I guess you're a racist then.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Dave Chappelle did the best.
I love that you saw that was Chappelle. Perfect.
So Dave Chappelle did the best white acting ever. He did more white acting than fucking DiCaprio has ever done in his life.
Oh, the fucking news report is the best.
Yeah. So Dave Chappelle played a white person better than fucking Owen Wilson has ever done in his life. Now, I swear to God, that is like the best performance ever of a white person, and it's a black person. Now, that is how I'm perceiving the Rings of Power cast. And if you disagree with me, you're objectively wrong, and you should go burn in an oven.
Okay.
No, I have to pee. Okay, I now the past like 30 seconds, I've been joking,
dude. I have
to go to the bathroom.
I look. How's this?
Oh fuck!
We both got to use the bathroom.
We both? Wait,
dude, we've been at this for 4 hours, man.
Yeah, but the chat's gonna be bored. You have to like entertain them.
I'm going to end the stream. I'm going to end the stream. I think we've established what we need to establish.
Hey, chat.
What?
Everybody's watching right now.
Dying right now.
Everybody's watching right now. I want you guys to give.
Okay, guys, how's this? Whoever uses the bathroom first is the loser of the debate.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there we go.
No, vote for who won the debate.
I wanted to hit end, and you made us fucking stay here, so that's it. Whoever goes to the bathroom first loses.
Okay. I will pee my pants before I lose.
Good. Okay, I guess we're staying here then.
Actually, you're wrong. I have to pee so fucking bad.
I guess I win.
Okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye.
All right, everybody. Lofti loses.